Hello. Hi everybody, how you doing? Welcome to Twitch. Oh, I'm all overexposed and everything, aren't I? Look at me. Oh, pure. Like that meme for that guy, remember him? I'm all very overexposed. What's happening? Alright, well we've got a wee bit of like shadowness. Hi everybody, welcome. Welcome to the stream. I think what we do with this overexposedness is just drop the ISO a wee bit. There we go, magical. Oh, everything's magic. And then is that me properly exposed? I do believe so. How you doing, everybody? Welcome in. How's it even going? It's wonderful to be back here with you today. Hiya. He's all right. I forgot how to do this. I'll be honest with you. I've absolutely forgotten how to do this. Let me figure out. Aye, so I need to. Well, that even doesn't work. Give me seconds, everybody. Hold on. We'll get this show on the road. I don't know if you can tell, but I haven't done this in a wee while. It's not like riding a bike. It's like doing a Rubik's Cube. Meaning, see if you've not done it for a wee bit, you kind of forget. There's a bit of plastic. There it is. I was looking for this with my bubble gun. Right, 2 wee seconds, everybody. We're nearly all prepared. That's us. Right, so am I exposed correctly? This tool here can tell. Aye, more or less. I'm more or less exposed correctly. I'm happy with that. How you used to... Right, let's get our bubble blast sorted because I owe a lot of people bubble blasts. First, let's prime the tubes. The tubes are primed. Okie dokie. Whew. Let's start from the start. Hello, folks. How's it going? It's 10:30. You're watching 10:30. And basically, welcome to the stream. You're watching 10:30. I'm getting blasted off stream. I'm getting blasted. Genuinely breathed in a wee bit of soap there. Is it one of these streams? Hi, folks. How yous doing? Where is my... I don't have a towel. I don't have a towel. I don't have a towel. Welcome. I just need to... welcome to the stream, everybody. It's wonderful to have you in. And basically today I haven't planned anything. I've got some stuff to speak to you about. I'll stick this on here. Let me just do my hair because I need a towel, man. Definitely need a towel. Aye, you alright? Welcome in. If anybody's got any good news, please stick it in chat. Welcome in SSRI's Glaswegian, Funky Man 316, Bass Embrace, Shaved Head Odds. No, I'm not going to shave. I think I should shave my head. I think Rachel would be in a bad mood with me if she came home and I'd shaved my head live on stream. But I mean, it's happened to her a number of times. I've got a towel in here. Yay, my towel. Found my towel. Found my towel. Brilliant, brilliant. Welcome, folks, to the stream. This isn't really aiming very well. Also, where the fuck's... Do you know what I mean? Why is that there? Okay, aye, there we go. There we go. All right, it's because I was doing this sort of stuff, isn't it? So if I turn that off and turn that on like that. Aye, it's because I was doing that. That's maybe all part of it. Aye, because that looks a bit mad. Hello, folks. Welcome in. Will I start at the... Fuck's sake, it's been a month. Hello, Mr. K. Watkins. Thank you very much for the sub. Rye3D, thanks very much for the sub. Ladders, thanks for the sub. Yes, it's Bland. How you doing? I hope you're doing fantastic. Thanks very much. Hello, Laxonian, welcome in. I don't have a hydration option for you, Laxonian. I'm very sorry that you've spent your channel points on that. Can I refund them? It is what it is. Hello, MIG Williams. Thank you very much for the sub. Welcome in. Back on the SSRIs. Thank you very much for the sub. Oh, I'm forgetting I've got a towel. Blake Sale, thanks for subbing. Nora's Day, thanks for subbing. EK Dons, how you doing? EK Don says, hello again, James. Hello. What did you have for your tea last night? Well, for the past 2 evenings, I've not really been eating very well. I've had like 2 or 3 bites of dinner, and then I've been like that. So for my tea last night, I have... Oh, hold on, I'll get some of my... it was teriyaki chicken. Is what I had. And it was good, but I'm feeling a wee bit better today. But welcome in. Hello, Echo Thump. Thanks very much for the sub. 4 and 20 million doors. Thanks very much for your Prime sub. That's somebody who's changed their username, because I don't recognise that username. So hello, but they're a 5-month sub. Might By the Tree, how you doing? Bowdy here, how you doing? Thanks both of you for the subs. Lucy Kelly, how's it going? This is what we needed today, I feel. How's it going? Thanks for subbing, Lucy Kelly, 7 Roll Duke. Thanks for subbing. Devon Inc., thank you very much. Sacinda, you're a legend. Thanks. Thanks for your Prime sub. Laxonian, thank you for the bits. Going to Glasgow, end of the month. Give me one thing to do. Laxonian, I will. What should Laxonian do in Glasgow? Glasgow's very famous for our curries. If you like it. Aye, right! Fucking bubble gun. Oh my god. Oh, here it comes. Oh, for fuck's sake. No! No! We're in bubble mode, folks. We're in bubble country. We're in bubble country. This is now... I'll need to readjust this, because this isn't exactly... Do you know what I mean? I think we'll keep it in frame. Laxonian is in Glasgow at the end of the month, or something like that, and is looking for one thing to do. If you like curries, I highly recommend you go to Mother India Cafe. Glasgow is well known for their curries. We actually invented chicken tikka masala in Glasgow. Did you know that? In Mother India Cafe. It's been a while since I've been in there, mind you, but it's good stuff. It's very, very good stuff. Thank you for all this bubble goodness, everybody. Welcome in. How's it going? Doctor, was that yourself? Doctor, thank you very much for the 5 subs to Husey, Woodfolk Music, Tower Control, Sucro Saboteur, and to Polly Poo John. If I've just said your name, please feel free to say thanks to Doctor if you're in. And I'd like to say thanks to Doctor. Thank you very much for the 5 subs there. You're a legend. And thanks for subbing yourself. Just Panda, thank you very much for subbing. Right here, welcome back. I like it in the... There's right here with welcome back in quotes. Why are we doing it in quotes? Good afternoons in quotes. Something suspicious here. Avgas is in quotes. Is everybody doing all right? Yous have all been conspiring. There's something happening. Yous are all... And I don't know about it. What's the quote thing? Welcome in, everybody. How you doing? It's wonderful to see yous in. Thank you very much for being here, everybody. I want to just be back streaming now. I want everything to be back to normal now. So this is me streaming. It'll take me about a week to get back into it. So expect it to be kind of patchy for a wee bit, and then I'll get better again. And then I'll be like 10:30 back to his brilliant best. At the start of my stream, what I like to do is share good news. And if you've got any good news, big or small, I would like to know what it is. Do I have any good news? I don't think I do. I do, actually. I do. My Mega Drive. I configured my Mega Drive. Usually sits here. You might see it isn't here. But my Sega Mega Drive I've now hooked up to my living room television. So that's good. So I did that for the purpose of being able to play Mega Drive games with Rachel while sitting in front of our big telly, and that's all quite exciting. So maybe get a couple of rounds of Wiz and Liz on the go, and let me know of any good other Mega Drive 2-player games, because I don't just want to blast through Sonic 3 and give her the Tails control pad. Do you know what I mean? Because that's a wee bit shite. So if there's any like good collaborative Mega Drive games, I would like to know what they are. That I'm maybe no thinking. Even like Micro Machines and stuff like that could be kind of cool. So I bought a retro scaler thing for like 25 quid, and it's a shite one. And everybody online's like, don't get the shite one, get like the one at about 400 quid. Am I fuck buying essentially a cable? It isn't a cable, but it's a wee box, and it connects your telly to your old consoles. Am I fuck spending any more than 20 quid on that? Piss off. If I had 400 quid, you know what I could do with 400 quid? Anyway, so I've set all of that up. So all that stuff has been sitting there for a long time, just no getting played with, because I'd originally got it for this, and you know the hellish hassle I've had with this CRT trying to get it all working. And I did have it working for about 4 days, and then some other thing broke on it, and it's just like a big pain in the arse. I would like to buy a new PVM or broadcast video monitor that's in this aspect ratio, but I don't think I'll ever be able to get one. This one was far too dear for what it should have been, and it doesn't work. It's sort of fucked. So I want a new one of these. But my good news is that the Mega Drive is now connected to the living room television, so I can play games with Rachel. Bromo, how's it even going? Welcome in. Avgas, thank you very much for the bitties there. GDad4211, thanks for subbing. Tommy Bobbins, thanks for subbing. Deepad Chopra, thanks for subbing. Cam Alien, thank you very much for subbing. Get bubbled. Avit, thank you very much, Cotty. I've just realised, the quotations thing is just the way it's formatted. It's just the way it's formatted. All of this has been updated in the last month. So sorry to have accused you of like some conspiratorial coercion. I thought there was a meme had happened that I wasn't privy to, and yous were all coming in putting stuff in quotations, but as it happens, I just made an arse of it. Hello, how yous doing, and welcome to the stream. Super Sausage Fish, thank you very much for subbing. Cotty, thank you very much. Wasn't there like just tons of them? Tommy Bobbins, Deepad Chopra, I think we're up to date on the thank yous. I think I'm up to date on the thank yous. So that's my good news, is that, well, my actual good news, I suppose, is I'm back streaming. And that must mean that I've sort of turned a corner, or that something's good. Hello, Steph Make Stuff, thank you very much. Welcome in, thanks very much for the sub. But I think for the past wee while I've had a poor mental health time, and it's been a bit shite. So I think though, if I'm back here, that means that some progress has been made. You know what I mean? But everything's sort of terrible a wee bit if you look at it closely, isn't it? Really? So I'm trying not to look at anything closely and just sort of go with the flow. But I've been on a fucking downer, man. And hopefully I've sort of, turned the corner a wee bit, set up a Mega Drive. Do you know what I mean? That's all a guy needs. Sometimes men will go at great lengths to take apart a CRT and put it back together over the course of years, instead of just going to therapy. And I think that's me. Espadrille, welcome in. How you doing? Thank you very much for subbing, Espadrille. I hope you're doing good. Unexpected James, hello non-binary. How you doing? I assume a solid month of work on the Bubble robot. Aye, not today, but it's over there. Yep, we could do that. I would like to get the Rust music video fucking done and out and off my plate. Remember that? That's just like weighing down a part of my brain. I'd like to get that farted out the door, man. Just to have a big tick on it. That would be good. Hello, Jungle Pop. Hello, Bromo. You're showing as Scottish. I am Scottish, non-binary. Do you mean in Twitch? I'm showing up as like a Scottish thing. Spoggers, Rhino, Lovejoy, how you doing? Mootsy, how you doing, Mootsy? News about the house being sold. Don't know anything about it. So the landlord sent out a evaluation person to sort of have a look and to see how much the house is worth. I don't know if they're going to put it up for sale. I don't know if he's going to remortgage it. I don't know when we get told. So that's good, innit? Because that would sort of ruin me for a wee while if I had to move all this shit out. My God, man, I don't know. I don't know what I would do. So cross that bridge when we come to it. But as far as I'm aware, right now, no news. So no news is good news. So for the time being, at least for the next few months, we will be in this house, and thank fuck for that. How's it going, everybody? Love streaming, only wants to do streaming, fucking hate streaming. I've never hated streaming. I've hated aspects of streaming. Mon Scotland, 100%. Hello, Nora's Day. Should always have a towel if you're getting blasted. 100%, man. Always bring a towel. Hello, Yoda on Coke. How's it going? It's wonderful to see you in. Thanks very much, everybody, for showing up. Going to Glasgow at the end of the month. Give me one thing to do. Okay, Lexonian. You asked for one thing. Here's multiple things. There's a new escape room called Nomad Escape, if you're into doing escape rooms. They're kind of cool. There's one that's set up a bit like a Red Dwarf style spaceship thing. Then they've got like another jail escape room thing, and it's cool. They're cool people. So if you like all that stuff, go and have a shot at that. Mother India Cafe for good curries. You can't reserve a table, so if you've got accessibility issues, it might be you might need to sort of plan around that because you need to go and queue up outside. Basically, you can't book a table. So a wee warning there. Glasgow used to be brilliant, man. It used to really be brilliant, and then it's all kind of evaporated. Hello, Pablo Diablo, my pal. How you doing? Bowdy, how's it going? Bowdy says, good news, my AliExpress tat haul is out for delivery this afternoon. I have also bought a lot of tat off AliExpress recently. Bought myself some new glasses, waiting for them to come in. Bought myself that scaler that I was telling you about for the Mega Drive, right? So I can now play my Mega Drive on my big screen telly in the living room. And that's it. That's some other stuff. What else have I got for AliExpress? Bits and pieces. So I was going to come back yesterday, but I had a rare BBC shift yesterday, so I didn't do it. Hope you're back to full teas before long. Fingers crossed, man. Quandale Dingle says bro is talking to himself. Quandale Dingle, you're watching me on YouTube, and I'm also multi-streaming on Twitch just now. So right now, do you think I should get the Twitch chat up? I think that would... Well, I try a new thing, right? Let's try a new era of 10:30 stream entertainment, right? Let's do this, bros. That dingo guy's got to me. I'm saying bro. So, right, so the background, I'm just messing about. Let's get back to our regular background. Right, let's do that. And then... let's add a display source. Could somebody just type 1, 2, 3 in chat, please? A window capture. It's a window capture. And then maybe I'm one of these streamers that's got chat on stream. Do you think we should do that? Do you think I should do that? Oh, it's not coming up. Capture method, automatic. What about that capture method? What about that capture? Aye, there we go. So this is... I assume it's not working. Aye, it's just not working. This is old shit. settings. Better not do that live because in case I dox my... Cool, so the chat isn't working. Well, that was a very brief idea, that, wasn't it? That was a very short-lived... we'll maybe go back to that idea later on. But I like the idea of the chat being on stream. Although it would cover up this wonderful gloriousness over here. Avgas says, hi all. Good news is that I'm winning this bronchitis. Also, general summary goodness. All the very best with your bronchitis, Avgas. That sounds pish. Non-binary, I was trying out, the last time I streamed, I forgot I was even doing it. I made different backgrounds. So I can show you, like just pissing about, don't worry, they're not here to stay. So that's one of them. And then, that's the only one that I sort of kept. I think I deleted the rest. So it's kind of like the idea was to superimpose myself over top like this. But it's interesting because like this is real. It's a genuine real thing. You know what I mean? Arctic Polar Wolf, how you doing? Thank you very much for subbing for 3 months. Very much appreciate that. Very, very much appreciate that. Thank you very much. It'd be good to get the... I wonder if StreamerBot isn't connected to Twitch then. Or maybe I just need to update everything because I haven't been on in a long time. Shall I diagnose this live on stream? Don't think I should, man. Don't think I should. This is Born. Synchronise your chat settings with dockable chat windows. I'll give that a shot, man. Get it synced. And goodness me, thank you very much for that, whatever that was. Give me a wee second. I show Twitch chat pronouns, thank you. Send to Twitch chat messages as the bot account? No. So we can do an overlay. So this is cool. But this is maybe something that I can experiment with offline, right? So see just there, I put the chat over here. Well, how's about, excuse me everybody, how's about nope, messed that up. How's about I do bang that in there, right, and then boom, shakalaka, stick this in here. And so now, what does that say? Loading. We might get chat up here. I doubt it, but we might get chat up here. Hello Sproggers, how you doing? Almighty Bob, what's happening? How's it going? Rolduke says, here 1030, are you in need of any computer monitors? My work get new ones and they're giving the old ones away. No really. Thanks, but I'm alright just now. I tell you who really is in need of a computer monitor is that Zaffer Cakes. And I think Scroobius Pip as well. People he will complain that sometimes he uses one monitor, but they're obviously down there. And I'm assuming that you're up here because you offered it to me. So, do you know what I mean? I don't know. I don't want to start a whole... But thanks, but no thanks. I think I'm good. I think I've got enough screens, actually. I think I've got enough screens. But I appreciate what you're saying. Thank you very much. Kiriami, thank you very much for subbing. Welcome in. How you doing? Arctic Polar Wolf, thanks once again. He's a legend. Speaking of the devil, it's bloody Scroobius Pip in chat. Hello, how's it going? Scroobius Pip, I think I've got you a monitor. But thanks very much, Rolduke. How you doing? Hello, Zobby the Jobby. How you doing? Tower Control says, I heard my name. Thanks for the sub. Who was that? I think it was... Let me just double check. But I'm quite sure it was Docto. Yep, Docto gifted you the sub there. So feel free to say thanks to Docto. The room is looking banging. It's fake news, mate. The room is fake news. This is the actual room. And it's a work in progress because I cleared all of this at the back, but then I've actually started using my studio again. So I've got all of this pish here that I need to find a place for. But it's a work in progress, man. Slow, incremental changes and all of that. Hello, Patchimus. How you doing? Welcome in. It's good to see everybody is here still. There's the risk when you don't stream for a wee while about how if you go back, do you know what I mean? Will folk care? There's a pressure when you're a streamer of just like being consistent. Consistency is the key to success on streaming. Definitely, 100%. And so, thanks very much for showing up now that I'm back, is what I'm saying. I appreciate that, everybody. Thank you. Chat's not fucking working though, is it? What's happening over here? Maybe we'll look at that later on. I fancy a relaxed day today. People on YouTube, so I'm multi-streaming on YouTube just now as well. Folk on YouTube are well confused as to why I'm sitting talking to myself, because for their perspective, there's like 5 people just watching, and I'm like, hey, blah, 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 all the patter. But you'll figure it out, don't worry about it. I was just about to type Micro Machines, Mortal Kombat 2, amazing. Rachel and I will need to play some Mega Drive games. I was thinking about actually getting a camera in the living room and maybe doing some relaxed, just couch streams, kind of like Gogglebox sort of thing. But it's Rachel and I. We've both got lav mics. Well, I've got 2 lav mics. It's not as if she's bought a lav. Anyway, we've got 2 lav mics, and it might be cool to do like a Friday night, Saturday night. We'll see how it goes. I think Rachel's up for it. 87 Roderick says, good news, I'm getting paid off at the end of the year and I'll be getting about 30 grand off them. Fucking hell. And I'm thoroughly delighted about it. That's amazing. I hate the place and this will let me change to something good. My God. Well, depends who you are. For me, that would be a life-changing thing. And it sounds like for you as well, it's a life-changing thing if you... Regardless to your other setup, like, if you hate the place, even being out of there, that's amazing. Rogic, I've vicariously got a lot of endorphins from reading your good news there. Almost as if it happened to me a wee bit. That's genuinely put me in a slightly better mood. All the very best. Fat Dad, how you doing? Welcome in. By God almighty, it's 10:30 back on Twitch. I've not. I can do that better, but I just didn't do it good. Fat Dad, thank you very much for your GR message. And thanks very much for your sub as well. Skywatcher says, good news, finally got a brand spanking new Super PC with thanks to Just Panda. Bad news, the old PC decided it was jealous and has stopped working. Well, that's good timing, isn't it? That's very good timing. As long as you've obviously managed to transfer over all your login credentials and everything else. It would be good to get the old PC working so that you could sell it though, wouldn't it? So I wonder what part of it doesn't work anymore. Anyway. Zobby the Jobby says, good news, booked a visit to Tribe Animal Sanctuary in Scotland and South Lanarkshire to go accept hugs from sheep. I don't think I've ever heard of that. And I'm in South Lanarkshire from time to time. Do you know, I'm just typing in Tribe Animal Sanctuary. I'll have a wee look at that. I've got a video somewhere of me and Scroobius Pip and a sheep. And we recorded it last year. And I think, we won't go into detail, right? And I think the only people that have seen it are me and Scroobius Pip. And I was going to show it to you, but I've no idea where that is. And I think by the time I find it, will be like another couple of hours from just now, and you will have forgotten the lead up to what the video is. I'm not going to be able to find it. Maybe for the next stream I'll show you the video of me, a sheep, and Scroobius Pip. It's good, man. It's wholesome. It's wholesome. It is. The sheep's into it. The sheep is into it. Let's have a wee look. Let's open Discord. Let's go into my Scroobius Pip DMs. Oh, opening my Discord DMs while live on stream. What's the worst that could happen? What's the worst that could happen? Right. Fucking tons of shit, man. Tons and tons and tons. Tons. Maybe it was a private. No, it was. It airdropped it. It airdropped it to my laptop. So it's not going to be here. It's on my laptop. Ah, well. Next time, fucking hell. Next time, can't tell you what that is. But next time I'm on stream, I will show you that. I'm trying to date it. Scroobius Pippa, you in? Was it before? No, I can't say that name. Remember I took photos of you and a guy? Did we meet the sheep before that or after that? It sounds like we were up to mad stuff. Do you know what? I'm going to abandon this. But I will look out the video. It's wholesome, man. It's wholesome goodness. And I'll send it to you. But anyway. Let's hide all my DMs. And let's close down Discord, just in case. There we go. Sorry to do a bait and switch there. You cannot join in your own stream. Do you want to see a bit of bad design for Twitch? So here is my page, and I guess there's a button here to join a stream, but because I'm on my own stream, I can't join my own stream. And for some reason, they're still showing me the button, but they're showing me that I can't. So see, instead of just not showing the button, they're showing me the button, but then they're showing me that I can't click the button. That's just bad. Twitch, could you fix it? Just don't show the button. Anyway. Hold on, my phone's just went. I sent it to you in Discord. Oh, mate, amazing. Roscoe, I can't read that out, mate. Fucking hell. I think I would get the sack. Hello, Roscoe, if you're in. No, he isn't. That was a DM. Roscoe's just DM'd me with something I can't read out loud. Pip says he's going to send it to me in Discord just now. Let's open Discord again. Jesus Christ. Roscoe just sent me a message about a public-facing BBC personality. But I work in there, so I can't read that aloud. Right, let's get that downloaded. Hi, Roscoe. How's it going, Roscoe, mate? Roscoe, I sent you a video involving Big Naturals, but I think you were abroad. But I want to make sure that it was you that I sent it to, because see if it wasn't. Because I think you were abroad at the time. Because I sent it to you, and I'm like, Roscoe's not replied. And I'm like, aye, because you were like in New Zealand or something like that. And then I'm like, wait a wee minute, is that actually... fuck. And then I totally forgot about it. And now I'm like, wait a wee minute. Roscoe, thank you very much for subbing. Welcome in. How you doing? And Twitch. By the way, I don't remember seeing that, so you might have sent that to someone else. Fuck, man. I don't know anybody else called Roscoe. Right, hold on. I think it was a text. Here it is. So I walked past a shop. I don't know if you could see that. Could you see that? No, it's all fucked. And the shop's called Kathy's Naturals. And it made me think of Roscoe, because that's Roscoe Patter. Fucking Pip just sent me a thing. So here is the video of me, Scroobius Pip, and a sheep. Do you want to see that? So I might as well... I'll set this one up for you, right? Pip and I were driving about Scotland, because that's what you do, right? We're just in this car, man. We're just driving about Scotland. And at the same time, we both happened to just turn our heads and look at, there's a wee sheep, like a wee tiny wee lamb calf or whatever they're called. Tiny wee, a baby Wayne one, right? And he's out of his field. And he's trying to get back in his field. And he's like, trying to get through a stupid wee hole in the obviously he's not fitting through and like, all his pals are over there, and he's like, there's like a road, and he's kind of spooked because he's like a wee stupid wee infant sheep thing, and he's all like, ah, fuck, ah. And as soon as I seen him, I'm like, right, we're helping this guy. And so I turned around to Pip, and we'd been travelling for a long time, man. Would put hours in over the course of multiple visits and stuff. We just wanted to go home, right? But I turned around, I was ready to say to Pip, we need to stop and help this. And like, I've known other people for the past who, if I had asked to stop and help a wee lamb, they'd have just been like, no, fuck off. And then for years later, I would be thinking about this wee sheep when I'm trying to get to sleep, wondering if he got run over or if he was all right or whatever. But anyway, so I saw the sheep in distress, turned around to Pip, and I was like, we need to... And before I'd even said it, Pip had the car stopped, and he's out the fucking car. So I'm out the car, and this sheep's just like that. Ah, fuck. Then the sheep's like, is that Scroobius Pip? So we're both trying like a pincer move, because luckily, right, we're at the side of the field, right, and the wee guy's trying to just get into this fence thing, and he's no managing. So I'm going up, and he's like, you fuck off. So he's running away from me, and then so I'm scared that he's going to run onto the road, because the road's like, whoosh, like really fast cars going past. So we're like, what are we going to do? But luckily there was like a banking. So the fence is here and like a wee hill. And the sheep's like here, like trying to get through the fence, but it's too stupid to figure out how to do it. So Pip went to one side, like the wee hill, because the sheep's not going up the hill. I went to the other side, and we gently just made our way towards the wee guy. And I got to him, he's just like, I don't know. And I'm like, it's all right. He's like, I'm fucked, mate, I'm fucked. And I'm like, I know, it's all right. So here's the wee sheep. And we sent him on his way. Turns out he was absolutely covered in shite. I didn't know that at the time. Look at I accidentally fall. Or slip. Do you want to say hello before I put him back?
Easy on it, mate. Don't panic.
Oh, wee guy, man. It really brightened up everything. I think I need to work with animals or something. He's like the wee laddie. Ignore all of this. I don't know what that is. If it's piss or shit or sheep markings or whatever. But his wee heart was like absolutely terrified. So I put him back over the fence.
Let's get him back.
And he ran off to one group, and the group are like that. Nope. And he's like, oh fuck. And he's like, oh no, you. And then he ran over to the other group. And the other group, turns out that was his mummy. And then Pip didn't get it on camera because there was a lot going on. But as soon as they figured out he was back, all the wee subgroups all just started walking over to him. It was cool, man. Sheep shit. I look at him, he's like, oh sorry, not you. And he's like, yay! You. Get it? Like you. Get it?
Did he just say twitch.tv?
Yeah, wee laddie. Get the balls on that one.
I think they're all saying thank you. It's alright, guys.
So all of these guys started eventually walking over just to be like, what happened? What is it? What's going on? So that was good, man. I really... I'm going to save that. Zobby the Jobby, I'm going to check out the Tribe Animal Sanctuary, but that sounds cool, because I don't think I'll be too far for there. Yes, I did. Bromo69. Bromo's asking, did you see the BBC piece that had the SNES with a NES game jammed on top? Aye, mate, I did. Aye. Hello, Honking Farts, how you doing? Yes, it's Bland says, good news, 10:30 is on. I'm painting a wee horror circus booth. I've just did an excellent donut for McDonald's Bakers. Amazing. Not actual McDonald's, but McDonald's Bakers. Amazing. I want to catch up with you, yes, it's Bland. I think that would be a good thing to do. And I can't wait to see all the cool stuff that you've been up to. Steph Make Stuff says, "Oh, what a little lad." Well, no, Pip's actually quite tall. But aye, the wee sheep guy was good, man. Wee sheep guy was good. Ribbon FM says, "Hello chat, how far behind is he reading us?" Well, what I'm doing is like double checking. So Ribbon FM, I've just read that there, but I've got two chats on the go. So yes, it's Bland says, "Yes, man, catch up 100%." So what I'm doing now is like parallel processing. You know what I mean? And so I'm kind of live reading the chat, and I'm kind of making sure I've not let anything go for the past. So feel free to keep chatting, and we'll figure it all out. Anyway, Chameleon says, "So I got myself a Bamboo A1. Amazing. And it's been awesome. Just printing all sorts. Getting through my roll of PETG. Amazing, Chameleon. That's class. I'd love a Bamboo printer, but as it stands, I've got 3.5 3D printers that I don't really use. I would quite like to be able to make PETG prints, because one of the things that I made for the Scroobius Pip film, because there was a delay on it, it ended up, I need to remake it because I left it in direct sunlight. So with all this new, the new sun that happened recently. What am I talking about? Well, I've had a heat wave recently, okay, and I can only print in PETG. No, I can only print in PLA here. Well, I've only really tried to print in PLA. I tried PETG before, and it was just all stringy and it wasn't very good. So I think you need like a heated enclosure and stuff. I have now since got a heated enclosure, so that's cool. Hold on, I think you can still read stuff there. So let's, if I do that and then do that and then do that and then do that, yes. So I can show you this. So this here is an unpainted sign that I was doing for Pip's film. And I left this, so I was still painting like the detail on it, but I left this in the garage with the garage door open and direct sunlight on it. And because this is PLA, it just like buckled, it just warped up like that. So we'll need to reprint that. But for other things, because imagine that was my R2D2 or something that I'd left in direct sunlight. Oh, I'd be raging if it all just got all melted. For something like that, it's fine. It's fine. But for something that I'd put a lot of time and effort into, oh, I'd be absolutely heartbroken. Like if I'd finished painting it or whatever. So I'd quite like to change to PETG filament for certain things that are like, that I want to not have it melted. However, right, the loft is just basically a hot box when the weather's good. So maybe I'll try printing PETG. Although the weather's just got, it's not as hot as it was for the. I've got other stuff to do, but I want to get into printing with PETG. You've inspired me. So is the Bamboo A1 the sort of gantry thing? It's like held up in one side. It's not the carb. No, I'm thinking the X1 is the carbon one. The A1 is the open air one, I think, isn't it? It's cool. Bamboo Labs seem to be making good things. Although there is that whole software lock-in thing that folk were complaining about. I don't know. Yoda and Coke, how you doing? Good news. After my life being an absolute shitter for half a year, it seems like things are getting better. My room is getting cleaner, food healthier, and starting to catching up with the bills. Yoda and Coke, that sounds class. That sounds absolutely brilliant. If it keeps going in that direction, next thing you know, you'll be Yoda off Coke. Yoda on Coke, that sounds cool, man. I was saying earlier on, I've just went through, and I guess I'm still in the middle of it, maybe about 4 or 5 months of just like everything being a wee bit shite. And I think I'm in the route out of that just now, presently. So check us out, man. Check us out. Getting things done and all that. Ry3D says everything is sort of a wee bit really terrible, but here everything is okay. 100% Ry3D. Doesn't help when things are actually terrible though. God, I got into some like heavy stuff. I got really depressed. I started reading about Jeffrey Epstein and all of that shit, and I'm like, right. So I need to moderate my my social media, because I think that was a big part of it as well. I got into a bit of a rut with just like a lot of shite. But hopefully I'm back now, and hopefully everything's brilliant. Hey Glacius says, Lucy Kelly says, very pleased that you're back. I'm pleased that you're pleased that I'm back. So thanks very much, Lucy Kelly. Hey Glacius says, good news, into my second week in my new job, and I've already had more positive feedback in the last 7 days than in the 7 years of my last job. Hey Glacius, that sounds dynamite. Congratulations on your new job. Good news. On Prime Day, I got myself a proper AV amp set up, and it's incredible so far. Actually transformative when watching some movies so far. Amazing, Chameleon. Somebody else, who else was I talking to about that? And because of the way audio is mastered in contemporary things, for a long time they thought their hearing was bad, and then they get a new hi-fi set up, and it's like, oh no, it was just poor speakers. Dynamite. I need to figure out. I've connected my Mega Drive to my main computer, but it's only coming out in mono, of course, because nothing's easy. Nothing's easy. So what I need to do is figure all of that out. Mega Drive outputs stereo audio, and I want stereo audio because I've done well in the past making music on a Sega Mega Drive. So for me particularly, I'm quite fussy about stereo audio coming out of my Mega Drive. It got me a lot of work and stuff, so I want to do that right. But anyway, that's a project for maybe a month down the line or something. We'll get the Rust music video done and dusted. Here, B. Dolan, are you in? B. Dolan's probably not in. B. Dolan, wake up and come in and talk to me if you're in. Somebody should ask B. Dolan if it's alright if I show these people a rough cut of the Rust music video, if anybody's interested in that. But Dolan's, if you don't see the rough cut, you'll see the final one in about a week or something anyway. Somebody Jobby says, I'm in a similar state. My landlord is swithering rotten, isn't it? Aye. I think landlords just now, does anybody know this? There is like a tax thing or something. So I think landlords currently are pressured into releasing assets or something like that. Does anybody know about what all of that is? In Scotland anyway. Something like that, right. Could I just stay in my house though where all my stuff is, please? Pursue says, good news, found some cheap decent spray paint that sold in a shop in Edinburgh, NBQ, slow $3.95 a can, and I've began to use Procreate on my iPad with fat cap spray can emulated brushes, and it's good enough to practice graffiti hand styles without the toxic fumes. So I can practice ideas and then do better ones IRL. That sounds cool, Pursue. I'm really into that mix of technology and a contemporary practice class. Some I've never done. I have done like, I have spray painted and vandalised walls and stuff like that, but not with any level of like understanding of the scene. I'm a big fan of hand lettering, you know. I've done talk graphic design, been through all of that sort of stuff, but it's something that I wouldn't mind a wee shot of at some point. For this 1030 logo, I think that lends itself to easily being tagged. However, I've established that this is me, so I couldn't just sling it up around places because folk would be like, that's James Houston. Here's his email address, it's public. But that's cool. I really like the combination of a conventional medium of spraying with a spray can, but doing testing and stuff like that in Procreate. That sounds brilliant. I'm reminded of, have you seen the Meta VR headset? There's a tool for it. I don't know if it's just for the Meta one, but people who are painting murals, you know, on a gable end, guys in balaclavas or whatever it is that you want to paint on your gable end. What you can do if you've got a VR headset is like look at it, get a reference image, and then in VR map that onto your real world wall. And then when you move about, all you need to do is trace your reference image. And it looks cool, man. It looks like it robustly tracks onto real world space. I'd quite like a shot of that. That sounds really cool. Mootsie says devalue the fuck out of it, then buy it. Or the house. Aye, that would be a good idea. That would be into it. Spray paint by numbers. That's funny. That's pretty good. Aye, per se, that sounds cool, man. Those Virtue specs look really cool. What's the Virtuer ones? I've seen the a Kardashian, the old Kardashian is advertising Ray-Ban specs, but I don't think they really do much. And I was kind of put off with them because they were advertised with a Kardashian. I was just like, this doesn't seem like my scene. You just know you will rarely ever play the Mega Drive 100% Echo Thump. 100%. Another good news, Francois Kevokian played a track I was talking about live on stream, which is a bit of a big moment. That's cool, per se. I don't know who that is, but that's cool. Yoda Coke says, good news, I just remembered more. Always wanted one specific plant, but it was super rare and it cost... I know what plant you want, mate. Hoft. It was super rare, aye, yep. And it costed as much as a month's rent. Well, it depends how much you buy. But something happened and now it's widely available. Aye. Well, you know, folks started importing it from Amsterdam rather than growing it. And I finally got it. Amazing, Yoda and Coke. That's brilliant. That's brilliant. Sorry for making fun of your horticulture thing by implying that you were smoking cannabis. But that's cool. So what's this new plant that everybody was into that it turns out you can now get? Screws Pip says, can you have chat on the big TV, either actually on there or just positioned over the screen? On here? Aye. I think that would be a good idea, man. 100%. I think, though, because it's a CRT, the text might not be readable. And also, this Disney currently work. So if I was doing that, I would have to fake it for a wee while. But aye, that's maybe a good idea. But I think what would have to happen is like one message comes up, then another message comes up, rather than have it scroll, because I don't think text would resolve properly here. In order to get a username, it kind of needs to be big and full screen. But what I really want to do is get this up and working again, 100%. But it's a wee bit shite that chat isn't working on this thing. But I'll try and set it up. You know what streaming stuff's like, man. You build a thing, it works for a bit, you turn around, you look back, it stops working, you need to maintain it, everything's terrible. Hello Cosmo Toro, welcome in a wee bit behind in chat. Cool, and then I think I'm maybe up to date because now aye, so Pip says, we saw the sheep, full on emergency stop, swerve off the road like action men, 100%. It was good, man. I'd really value the sheep saving. Cosmotora says, going to throw a message over here on YouTube. Thank you, Cosmotora. I appreciate that. Luckily, you're both part collie. Aye. I'm half collie, half golden retriever, and half man. Right, I'm scanning chat. Sorry for replying to stuff that you've said 100 years ago. There we go. Hello, JD. Welcome in. I've got back into resin print with Molder printers. An FDM printer would be mighty useful, but that's for the future. Amazing, JD. That's class. I need to sort out my full workshop upstairs. I've still got like camera lenses just opened everywhere, and I feel very behind on just loads of admin tasks. So what I'm going to do, I think tomorrow, might not stream tomorrow, I might take one of Dando's power Eckies and just get a lot of stuff done. I feel like I'm quite behind on some things, and then if I take time fixing the stuff that I'm behind on, then I'm behind on other stuff that I should be doing. So I feel like I'm kind of slowly crawling out a hole that I've been in for maybe about 6 months or so. But it's happening, man. It's happening. Baby Nits. Well, Relax It's Max. Relax It's Max, thank you very much for subbing. Holy shit, we're black. We are indeed. Baby Nits, thanks very much for the sub. My internet sucks balls, so can't watch properly ever. Using Evil Beso's free trial to sub again to send some love to one of the good ones. Up the Ra. Baby Nits, thank you very much. Up the Ra, Baby Nits, 100%. Thank you very much for that comment. And Jody the Demon Pig, thanks very much for your Prime sub as well. You're a legend. Roscoe, if I didn't say so, thanks for your sub, man. Fat Dad Pachimus and Kiriami, thank you very much, everybody. It's good to see you all in. Aye, Weetabix, make sure you look into all the new data for VOCs regarding PETG. Get some air venting on the go. Well, that's one of the problems, Weetabix, is that all my 3D printers are in my loft. The loft doesn't have any air venting. I drilled a hole in the chimney to vent all the fumes out into the chimney, but I'm not 100% that chimney is actually open and exposed. I think it's been capped off at the top. So I don't know if all that effort's actually... I think I'm just venting my 3D printer into like a sealed chamber. I don't know, man. I don't know. So I'm going to have to investigate that chimney again. I didn't... So it's my landlord's chimney, right? I've just removed a brick in. Like, try to do 3D print, right? So I didn't replace the brick for that inspection, and luckily it didn't go in the loft, so that's fine. But it would be good to know if that's... Because I value my health, you know what I mean? So basically what the vibe is... for resin 3D prints in particular, and for the other type of 3D print, FDM printing, it smells quite a bit. And what we're realising now, after 20 years of amateur hobbyists having 3D printers in their house, is that smell is like, it's quite bad for you, depending on what you're printing. So it really is worth venting into the outside space. All these articles about nano particles of plastic, microplastics being found in people's testicles and brains and stuff. So the particles of plastic are that small that it can sort of transcend the blood-brain barrier. And like, life's hard enough without nanoplastic in your balls. It isn't microplastic in my balls, but it's macroplastic, the size of these. So that's why I removed a thing in my loft. But then I did all the printing, and I haven't really had time or any projects to print since then. But it'd be good to get back into it, man. That freaks me out so much that I just need to not think about it. Well, I think if you're into 3D printing, what you're best doing is getting one of these air purifier things, because they genuinely help. Get a VOC monitor. This is all stuff that I haven't done because it's all fucking costly. Get a VOC monitor that can tell you how the quality of your air is, and also vent externally. Even if it's just an FDM printer printing PLA, I think we're now realising this shit's like, it's really bad. It's really bad to breathe in. And also, not just for me, but I share my house with Rachel, and I've got wee dogs that I'm responsible for. Fair enough, I don't think the fumes can come all the way down. But we don't know about this stuff, man, so I want to do it all as responsibly as I can. Hello, Daydream Nation, welcome in, how you doing? Thanks very much for the subbing. Any 3D printing people in here, have you set up external venting? Or are you just doing what I've been doing for a long time, just hoping for the best? Pursue says some fungi can break down plastics. Maybe we'll be injecting that into your brain soon. Wouldn't it surprise me, man? Nothing surprises me anymore, man. I was tempted to order a wee bit of food there because I've not eaten today. And right now I've just felt it for the first time, but it's absolutely pissing down outside. And so I don't want to... it's mental pissing down outside, so I don't want to put a delivery person through that. So I'll just be hungry for a wee while. Irish Gamer Girl says, my friend's Ray-Bans got burned by the sunlight when they left them on the windowsill. My God. And is that the new special Ray-Bans? because it's acetate they're made out of, isn't it? I've got a knockoff pair of non-electronic Ray-Bans that I got for AliExpress years ago, and I think they're the same thing. They're just sold via a different vendor, but I'm sure they're acetate, but I might be wrong. So I don't know if acetate's a thermoplastic. But you'd be raging, wouldn't you? You'd be raging. I've told you this before. I was writing an essay on fraudulent psychic mediums, and I got right into like all the gear. So I got a crystal ball, and I was just looking at the crystal ball, and I was trying to figure out, is it possible that psychics could be reading notes? So maybe somebody's written a piece of information, because why do they gaze into the crystal ball? That's suspicious. So I was thinking maybe they could have a hidden note, and instead of just going like that to read the note, which might look a wee bit odd, maybe they're using the crystal ball as distraction. So they're like, this crystal ball, so the note's here, this crystal ball, let me gaze into it and I'll be able to... Aye, crystal ball says that his name was Jimmy, or something like that, right? So I'm doing a thing, which isn't how it's done, by the way, but I just thought that briefly. So I bought a crystal ball, writing my dissertation, and I'm just pissing about with it. I'm in my parents' house at this point in time. I go for a piss. I come back from my piss, and there's just a small fire on my desk. Just like a small contained fire. I'm like, what? Just a wee fire, to quote that guy. And it had melted a copy of Sonic 1. My God, the rain has fairly come on. So I had a closed copy of Sonic 1 for the Mega Drive. And all of that was melted. Like, the case was melted shut. And what it was... Hold on, do you hear this rain? Don't know if you can hear that because mic audio settings and stuff like that. But it's really good. Anyway, so it welded closed Sonic 1, and what it was sunlight coming through the window, focusing on the crystal ball that was acting like a magnifying glass. And remember that whole thing that you would do when you're a child with magnifying, like, you know, draw things in paper by focusing the sun's beam? That's exactly what happened, but just on my desk. It welded a copy of Sonic 1 closed that I think I've showed before on stream. Might have it somewhere around about here, don't know. And nearly fucking killed us in a house fire. Jesus Christ. So I watch out. I've got a new follower from MAGA Trump 2028. How's it going? MAGA Trump 2028. How's the Epstein files coming along? You alright? Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. JD says, our attic has a window that's kind of drafty, so I've hooked up a fan and a hose that connects to a wooden board that's been shoved into the space where the window lives and sealed with tape. The fan is connected to a smart plug. It turns on for 5 minutes after. Here, JD, that is really well thought out. That is amazing. Our loft's got a window, but the window's just fucked. So I might try and get that repaired. Actually, that would be good. That would be good to get that repaired. Funnily enough, the plant did come from the Netherlands. It's called the Monstera obliqua Peru. That sounds cool, Yoda. I want to have a look at that. Don't know if you can hear this waterfall. Oh, that looks like a cool plant. There's like an actual waterfall happening outside my house because my gutters are fucked. Don't know if you can hear that on stream, but a hefty rainstorm. Let me double check to see if the back door's closed. Is the back door closed? Because if it isn't, fuck man, back door's open. I need to shut the back door. 2 wee seconds. all my gutters. Look at how wet my arm is, and all I did was like close the door. All my gutters are overflowing that I haven't seen before, like some sort of waterfall around the perimeter of the house. Cool, man, cool. So that'll be something we have to have a wee look at. Could blow some incense smoke into the chimney and see if it clears to test if it's open to the outside. Aye, flatulent gonad. Well, I got some smoke pellets to try, and I ended up, something else happened, and I forgot to test it out. But I should figure that out. I've still got some smoke pellets upstairs. I think the light reflected, for the Ray-Bans, I think the light reflected through the lens after the window. You need to watch out, everybody. Don't put magnifiers next to your windows. From first-hand experience, that could have burnt the full house down. Don't know if my parents are in, but that was my parents' house, and the first time my dad found out about that was the last time I've told that story on this stream. They don't need to know. The fire wasn't actually, it was fine. I controlled it. It's absolutely fine. If you said you've not been feeling hungry recently, maybe take advantage of feeling hungry now. Fuck the delivery driver. Right, 3D, I understand what you're saying, but nah, it's all good. Also, I can only get, like, bad food delivered. Not to be a bad influence or anything, but I took a mental health day and went for a walk in the rain to get myself a square sausage, hash brown and fried egg in a roll. Really perked me up. That sounds dynamite, Patchimus. I've got some square sausage in there that I can maybe cook later on. That gave him the idea for the art school. You can't prove a thing, Relax, it's Max. Can't prove a thing. Hello, Valdrakian, welcome in, how you doing? Excellent to see you back, and hope you've been keeping well. Valdrakian, it's wonderful to see you, and thanks very much for coming in. How's it going? You melted Sonic? Are you some kind of evil, inadvertent evil genius? No, God melted Sonic via the sun. I just sort of witnessed it. When I was growing up, we had a house fire in our basement because the sun shined through the window onto a giant Christmas ornament we were storing down there. It lit a pellet of drywall. Fuck's sake. Do you want to hear my fires stories? Well, yous have heard my... I don't know if this is worth saying. Is it worth saying? We shed, are you in? Don't know if I can tell certain stories, but enough time has passed. We shed's not in. So, I was a wee boy, right, in my parents' house. I'm about 7 or 8 years old. And I'm in a bath. I love a bath, right? And I'm staring out the window, and because it's like frosted privacy glass in the bathroom, I'm beginning to sort of see things in this glass, and it's weird. And I'm at the age where I'm so young that I don't have a grasp on reality yet. Like, when you're that young and you watch a horror film or something like that and it stays in your head for weeks afterwards, and you're half expecting to see, it or Pennywise coming for the drain, and you know what I mean? Like very, very, very young. Where you don't know what the world is capable of and shit like that. Do you know what I mean? So anyway, I'm in the bath and I'm staring out this window, and just spooky stuff starts to happen in the window. It gets kind of dark, and then there's flashing and stuff. And I remember seeing like mad faces in the window, and I'm just like, oh, right. So I'm just in the bath staring at this shit for maybe about 5 minutes or something, like not really knowing that it's real. It is real. And the room's getting really, really dark. And then before I know it, I've got like mad amount of pain here, and I'm naked. And I'm like, what the fuck's going on? And it was my dad came in, grabbed me, and he's sprinting downstairs with me, and I'm dripping. And I'm like, what the fuck? And so he's going to the front door. As I'm naked, as he's like holding me like this, opens the front door and runs out the house, just holding me. And I'm like, fuck. I'm about, don't know, 7. I'm sort of between. Need to figure out how old. My time perception's fucked. I was in primary school anyway. And so he runs outside with me, holding me. And all my neighbours are outside. All my neighbours are at their gates. And so he runs across the road. And at that point, I turn around and I see what's happened. The house next to mine went on fire. And the bathroom window was right next to the room that was on fire. And the way the wind was blowing, I was seeing like all this smoke was obscuring the frosted glass. The sun's coming through the smoke. And then we're getting like a bit of what I've now pieced together as like sparks and ash and stuff like that, which is why I seen all the trippy stuff. Also, somebody later has said that there's the potential that I could have been breathing in some like bad smoke that could have caused me to see trippy things. So basically what it was there was a wee boy that lived next door. I've got a couple of stories about that family, but I don't know if it would be right to tell them. But the wee boy started a fire, and it was quite devastating. And nobody died or anything like that, but they were speaking to him afterwards, and he's like, "What?" Because everybody got out and they were speaking to him. They're like, "Right, what happened?" He's like, "I was playing with matches, blah blah blah." And he claimed that, so he was younger than me, and he didn't have a full. He was so young, like he didn't have a full grasp at English. Well, not English, but you know what I mean. He was like, English is their first language. He didn't have a grasp of talking, is what I meant to say. So he was that young. And so they spoke to him afterwards. They're like, "Right, what happened?" He's like, "I was playing with matches or whatever." And then the nice lady from my gran's came and helped me out the house. They're like, "What?" The nice lady. And the next time he was at his gran's, he pointed at the nice lady, and it was the Virgin Mary. He's like, "She helped me out the burning house." And all the adults are like, "Fucking hell, man, what?" And that wee boy totally got away with it because he made up some pish about the Virgin Mary. He totally got away with burning down the family house because he lied about the Virgin Mary. And so then all the adults are like, "Oh, all right, wee man, tell me all more about this." And he's like, "This, whatever else." Rather than, "Why the fuck did you burn the house down? You can't." Do you know what I mean? So if ever you're in a scenario, right, where you burn a place down or whatever, and you get caught, just saying, worked for him. It worked for him. And he could barely fucking talk, man. It worked for him. Do I want to tell you the other story about that? No, I'm not going to. I've got 2 or 3 other stories about living there, and I don't think there's any interesting. I think they'll just come across as trauma dumping rather than anything else. I'm not going to tell you them. It'll just be a bit of a pisser, whereas that story is like interesting enough. Maybe write a book one day, right? That's a story for a book, the other one. It is class, isn't it? It is class. So I want to look up that wee guy and just be like, where did you end up? Where did you end up? In fact, I did try and look him up. No trace of him on the internet at all. Different news stories about other members of the family, but no trace of that guy. And be curious just to find out what became of the wee laddie. I wonder if that's who followed 10 minutes ago. Maybe. Could be. Turns out he knows all about avoiding blame for arson. Just saying, if ever you need a get out clause, the lady from your gran's sorted you out. Tale as old as time, get caught, become a born again Christian. It happened in just real time. And see, even when I was a boy, right, I wasn't much, I was like maybe 2-3 years older than him. And even then, I was like, That's fucking bullshit. He's a liar, man. Liar. But I might be wrong. Maybe the Virgin Mary did decide to... If the Virgin Mary was involved, though, surely she would have fucking prevented him from playing with matches in the first place, eh? It's like these people that are like, oh, I narrowly avoided death in this horrific accident, thanks to God. It's like, no, man, if God had his shit together, he wouldn't have caused the horrific accident in the first place. But nobody wants to hear that, man, when they think that a genuine miracle might have happened to the wee boy next door that can't talk. I just remember feeling like justice needed to be served, and liar, man. What a liar. But anyway. The kid probably heard adults talking about being helped out by Mary, etc. since forever. Who knows, Zobby the Jobby? Who knows? Could be multiple sides of that. I'm up for hearing someone else's trauma. One day, right, I've not told this on stream before, but one day I came home from school and my mum is just crying, right? And I'm quite young, again, primary school. And my mum was just in the living room crying, not having a good time. And I'm like, what's happening? I don't know how to, this is a complex situation. Basically what happened is, right, I'll give you the short version. When I was at school, my mum was in the back garden doing gardening. And it turns out one of the people who lived in the Virgin Mary house, you're on coke, it's fine. I'm talking round about things and I'm protecting privacy. But one of the people that lived in that house had poor mental health, right? And one day they had some episode or whatever where they felt that my mum was an enemy or a threat or a target. So apparently they took issue at the sound of the back door closing, and that's what sent them off the edge. Very big person, very heavy, big person. So my mum's doing the garden, and she said it felt like a football hitting her face. If ever that's happened to you, you're kind of dazzled for a bit, and you're like, whoa, what the fuck? Because she's alone in the garden, bang. And she looks up, and it's the neighbour. And then bang, it happened again. And so it made my mum fall backwards, and she lost grip of the spade that she was using. And at that point, my neighbour picked up the spade and put it to my mum's neck and put their foot on it. And luckily, just before my mother was decapitated, one of the other family members came in and was just like, right, okay, whoa, what's happening here? What's happening? And managed to dissolve the situation. But so my dad eventually came in after that, got caught up, went next door, and was just saying, like, you need to get this person help, because that could have been fucking, you know? And they're like, no, we're no, just you mind your own business. And we're like, this is our own business. So basically, we were told that if we contact the police or whatever, that me and my sister would both be killed. Which is a lot to take on when you're in primary school, man. Because like, I remember knowing about this at the time, right? Without getting into detail, the family are like criminals. They're criminals, right? Very obviously into things, right? So we took that threat very seriously. A couple of months after that, the car in our driveway got torched. So I remember waking up and seeing my dad trying to extinguish a Skoda that was on fire with a bucket of water in his pants. I'm almost certain they killed my dog as well, but I can't prove it. But my dog went missing. There's only one exit from the back garden, and it's via their garden. Almost certain they killed my dog. Can't prove anything. So we moved away, right? And here's something that is just like a coincidence, right? You can't chalk this up to anything other than, my God, this is a coincidence, right? I did warn you all that all of that was heavy. All the heavy stuff is now behind me, right? But we moved away. And when we were moving away, we got like a decoy van and everything. So there was 2 vans loaded with stuff, just in case they decided to follow the van or something like that. So we moved away, and it was fine. And new house was great and all of that sort of stuff. Got a new dog. And we went on holiday. We'd never been on holiday as a family, right? So eventually we went on holiday, like abroad. And my uncle was checking the house when we were away. And this is just a coincidence. So my uncle knew all about, obviously, all that shit that happened before. Plus, there's other stories that are just like, oh, and this, and this, and this, right, that you don't need to know. But grim shit, right? So my uncle knew about all of this. He was checking the good, safe house when we were away on holiday long after this happened. Checked the house, was fine. He's coming out of the house, and he saw this happen in real time, right? What happened was, a car was driving up a hill that this new house is on. And as the car's driving up the hill, the front passenger side wheel just disengages from the car and starts bouncing, right? And it bounces, and bang, hits my dad's car that is parked. So it hits it right in the boot. So see this bit of the boot is just crumpled in. If it had hit a person, it would have caused some really serious damage, right? So the back of the boot is like bang, pushed in. So my uncle sees all of this happening, and he's like runs over because the car's all fucked and stuff. Turns out the person driving that car happened to be one of the neighbours from the house next door. For the old house, the scary house, all that shit. So my uncle ran over and was like, what? And he's like, oh, I've hit that car. The guy had no idea whose car he'd hit. And of all the motors in the world, of all the streets for him to get up, of all the places for his wheel to come off, it happened to hit my dad's car. That guy. He's like, oh, fuck, what? And he was like, don't phone, we'll get it fixed, right? So I'm guessing he didn't have insurance or whatever, I don't know, don't care. And my uncle recognised the guy. The guy didn't recognise my uncle. My uncle, very sharp, very, very quickly went, oh, don't worry about it, that's my motor. That's my motor there. Listen, as long as your motor's all right, don't worry about it, just, it's fine. And sorted it all out, and that was the last we'd heard of them. But what a fucked up coincidence that like that happened, because we moved quite a bit away, like a good 20-minute drive away. But sometimes in life things are just like, that was a fucking coincidence, that, wasn't it? But there you go. There you go. That is some trauma. Sharing some trauma live on Twitch. Instead of going to therapy, sharing some trauma. There you go. So I think I haven't told that story on Twitch before, but for some reason, thanks now I acquired some second-hand trauma. Sorry about that, Yoda and Coke. Aye, Carver, not Freddie. We're talking about when I was 10 years old or younger. Awful time on my part? No. So the story I've just told, I'm not. This is historic. So all my memories and feelings about it are sort of calcified over. So it's as if I'm recounting like a TV show that I've watched or something. So I don't, everything's fine. Rhinoceros, how's it going? Glad to see you back, man. What are we talking about? Kittens and fluffy clouds and that, aye? Aye, Rhinoceros, aye. So that there is the story about how my mother almost got decapitated once. And sometimes I'm like, aye, this, there is a reason why I've got a panic disorder. This is maybe it. This is maybe, I can understand why that might make your brain form a certain way. But there we go. Knew this motor was a fanny magnet. That's funny, Zobby the Job. That's very funny. That's funny. Thank God you were away at the moment. I know. Imagine we'd ran out or some. Who knows, man. B2 Texas, thanks for sharing. Having a similar experience with our church and their weaponised compassion. You can sort of figure out what type of family they were by some breadcrumbs that I've littered around that story, but I haven't directly, you know what I mean? Wouldn't be surprised if they voted. If I'm not going to, I don't know. All I know about them is what I've just shared. Everything else is speculation. Wild, I wouldn't have moved away, but that's TOS territory. I was a child at the time. I didn't really have any agency in it, and I understand entirely why they did move away. And I think that was a good decision. I really miss my childhood home, though. Was that your uncle's cover story for backing into your dad's car? Very possibly, Carivore. Very, very possibly. Can I help my health prodding, but were any member of that family ever mentioned in a true crime show? No comment. Not on a TV show, but I've read news reports about various other things, the accusations that have happened. I don't know anything about that, so I don't want to talk about it. But different members are known to police for various things. But I don't know anything about all of that, and to stop me having any aggro, I'm not going to speak about any of that. It's all fun and games until your mum nearly gets decapitated. The kids get their lives threatened, your dog gets killed, and the gods try to kill you with a loose car wheel. Aye, man, it's a lot to take on when you're a wee boy, isn't it? I think it's a lot to take on. I gave up on today with a migraine and went for a nap, so I'm gutted I missed the returning. Welcome in, Carivore. How's it going? I hope your migraine's not too bad. I fully understand, though, to be clear. You know what I'm talking about. I moved my house down the street from my childhood home. Kills me that I walk past and can't go in. Aye. I mean, there was something really magic about that house, just because it's the house that I happened to grow up in, but I understand entirely why they bounced. Any other questions about the trauma that I just dumped on you? And also, what do you feel about that? Because as a Twitch streamer, I don't know what I feel about sharing stories like that. You know what I mean? Anyway, it is what it is. Cloncilla, how you doing? Thank you very much for subbing. Welcome in. How's it going? Fuck's sake. We moved from my childhood home because we lived across from the limbs in the lock killer, William Beggs. Jesus Christ. That's like Cool Jinzo. You're familiar with Cool Jinzo, the Kingdom of Scotland legend. Tate, Taylor, Taz 4K. He's got many other names. But he lived in the old house of that. What's the guy called? The Myra Hindley and the other guy? Myra Hindley guy. Ian Brady. So he used to live in Coatbridge. And Cool Jinzo lived in his house. Not at the same time that he was there. I'm sure it was Ian Brady. And it had all the original bath and stuff like that, which means that Cool Jinzo has had a bath in Ian Brady's bath. It's a bit fucked up. But obviously not at the right time. But that's a bit mad if the actual killer was... I mean, when was the Limbs in the Lock's a good headline for that one. Well done, whatever press person came up with that. Limbs in the... I feel I maybe will delete the VOD just because I don't want to be one of these Jesus Christ, man, really Disney. He should just be arrested for looking like that. Jesus Christ, man. Don't need a trial. Day one of the trial, this guy sits down, guilty, man. Get him put away. Anyway, I don't know much about all of that. Unless, was that the killer? Aye, that is a killer. That's not. Imagine I was just written into a victim there. That would be... The VOD would definitely be deleted. Anyway, so there you go. Thus concludes some heavy stuff. My neighbours are careless with the bins. Not quite Limbs in the Lock, but still fucking annoying. Aye, fair. Every neighbour that we had after that was a fucking... just a saint. The house that we moved into after that, right? Our neighbour next door, he was a big boozer, man. He was always like Friday, Saturday night, shouting, screaming, hey, having a good time. One morning, about 3 a.m, I saw that guy tie his brother-in-law to a lamppost with a belt. Like, immediately outside my bedroom door. Tied the guy to a lamppost with a belt. And then the da and the boy were just like fucking jabbing the guy in the belly as he's tied to a lamppost with a belt. And see, just having context of like the previous bad neighbours, I was like, hey, fucking yes, man. So I just watched for a wee bit and that was that. But they never like caused us or threatened us or did anything like that. Royal Duke, I would imagine, yes, around about 1998, yes. For that story that I told, the fire story. My internet is actually working today, so I got to hear that story. No second-hand trauma at all. Fucking great to hear someone else talking about similar childhood experiences. All hugs and solidarity. Aye, like for whatever this is, I'm definitely, over it sort of vibe. But if ever there is a scenario where I go back to therapy, I think that story might be like week 1 among a couple other stories. That story would be on a good high priority. I used to chap his door and run away. Fucking hell. I mean, that's funny. Yes, it's planned. That sounds class, man. It'd be a good theme for an escape room. But my God. My neighbours have binnesia or bin superposition. They either forget they have bins to take out or they either do or do not exist on a weekly basis. Hello, Set to Build. Welcome in. How you doing? He taught IT at Paisley Uni. Taught my ex-flatmate. Interesting. Was speaking recently to somebody who previously met Jimmy Savile when he was a child. And Jimmy Savile signed an autograph. Love your Uncle Jimmy. Signed it and gave it to him. And he's like, all right, cool. And as he's walking away, he went, hey, wait a minute, give me that back. Took the autograph back and rubbed out the word love and gave it back to the guy. What's that about? And I thought, oh, was he trying to do like a bit of banter? Was he trying to be like, I love you? No, I don't. He's like, no, he was like very serious when he did it. There wasn't any jokingness or anything like that. He was like... And I can't stop thinking about it. Why did he do that? It's just weird, isn't it, man? Anyway. My head's a wee bit empty. So TLDR can be a nice place. Glasgow can be a nice place. Look at James, but it can be a very rough place. Look at the story he just told. Aye. The story I just told didn't happen in Glasgow. It happened a short drive for Glasgow. Bad Neighbours doesn't quite cover it. Aye. But I remember, like, that fucked up my brain when I was a child. See all the scary stuff that I was talking about earlier? Like, I remember thinking when I was a child that the family next door had killed my parents. and were wearing like suits to pretend that my parents were really them and stuff like that. Like it took my brain to a place where I didn't feel. I think safety is a big part of it, and feeling unsafe was a big deal. But the stuff you learn about yourself while looking back, as it happened, my parents really are my parents. They aren't anybody else in skin suits or anything like that. But it all happened to me when I was at a young enough age that when trying to make sense of all that sort of stuff, like that was a consideration that I had for a wee bit. But it's all fucked up, isn't it? I've not thought about that for a while. Yodan Coke says, creepiest thing that happened to me is finding out that my boss, with SA vibes, knows the house my family still lives in. Thing is, he's worked around right behind our garden, and now we met in a completely different country and line of work. So he's your current boss? Yodan Coke, I'd maybe start writing some stuff down just in case anything comes of that. Might be a complete coincidence though, innit? Just like the thing that happened with the car tyre. Might just be something that you step back from and you go, wow, isn't that an incredible coincidence? Here's my question to you then, everybody. So I've told you my story about the car wheel bouncing about. Have any of you got a story where it's just like, wow, what a coincidence that is? And it can't... I mean, a lot of these events happen. The world is a mad place and everything's just randomised and whatever, so occasionally stuff happens that can't be explained. Sometimes when that happens, you blame aliens or Bigfoot or whatever, but other times you just step back and you're like, what a fucking coincidence. Because, like, what is the chances of that guy's wheel hitting my dad's car? Really? That's a bit mad, isn't it? Anyway. One of my pals met him in a marathon in Glasgow. Ian Brady guy or Jimmy Savile. Weird. Absolutely weird. Aye, the autograph thing wasn't the worst thing he's done, but still. Glasgow adjacent, yes. Okay, the map in my head is between Helensburgh and I don't know, Dumfries. That is Glasgow for me. I know it just goes all the way out to, I don't know, just after Bathgate. That's Glasgow. Aye. Stop trying to figure out where I live now, by the way. No, I live... If I really wanted to be and the roads are completely dead, I could be in Glasgow in about 15 minutes. But that would be like travelling at about 3 a.m. or something. Usually it's like a half an hour. You'd give yourself 40 minutes just to make sure. Said I won't come to the next shift until I get paid. The place never contacted me again and I still have the uniform and badges. Amazing, Yoda and Coke. Get them selt on eBay, man. My goodness me. Right, I've learned some because the chats went kind of dead since I confessed my trauma to you. So maybe I won't do any trauma dumping in the past. Again, in the future, and we'll just leave it at that. But I thought that was a relevant story to tell. I respect your privacy, however, I was talking about how I say Glasgow. I know, non-binary, sorry, I was just having jokes. I know that you aren't trying to locate where I live. I was being aggressive for banter. I have one, says Bowdy, crashed my car aged 18 outside the flat of the now Mrs. Bowdy 30 plus years later. That's interesting. That's cool. How it just happens to be the exact same spot. We were all listening respectively. Hello, Cherry Burns. Thanks very much. Sorry, no, I'm not saying like, how come yous are no talking or whatever. I'm trying to, it's been a long time since I've streamed, is what I'm saying, right? So all of this is just an internal monologue. Thanks everybody for listening to my push. Off the back of your story there, Bowdy, I remember Star Wars Episode 1. Was it Episode 1? It was. Episode 1 was coming out. No. It'd have to be Episode 3 or something like, because I was drinking. So me and my mate were out with other mates. We were in Glasgow. And the Odeon still existed in Glasgow. I think the Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith, or whatever it was about to come out. So it's about 1:30 or 2 in the morning, steaming, Friday or Saturday night, steaming. And me and my mate are waiting for other mates to appear so we can all get a taxi home or all get the bus home. And these other mates are taking forever, man. But we've agreed to meet them at this particular bit. So we're standing at this particular bit and they're not there. And we're like, for fuck's sake. And like half an hour goes by, they're still not there. It looks like we're going to be here for quite a bit. So we're bored, man. So my mate says to me, oh, the new Star Wars is happening quite soon and the Odeon's right there. See, just because we are bored, man. Do you want to, we'll just go down and see the novelty of a cinema with Star Wars written outside? And I'm like, do you know what? Aye, fuck it. Because even if we're down there, which isn't where we agreed to meet them, we can still visually see where it is and what's all happening. So we went down, had a wee look at the Star Wars thing. Very good. Cool, look at that, Star Wars. So we turned back round and we're walking back up to the original spot where we'd been standing for at that point maybe an hour. Between half an hour and an hour. Just standing, leaning against this wall, right? And then, as we're walking back up to stand in that exact spot, a car comes hurtling round the corner and fuck you, crashes into the side of this wall. I wonder if we'll be able to show you where it is. And if we had still been standing there, like certainly would have ploughed into us. Or well, if we'd have been there, it might have swerved out the way, you know what I mean? But it was the exact spot that we'd been standing. And it was fucking scary. So as soon as that happened, we were a bit drunk and confident, so we started sort of running to help the person who was in the car. But before we got to the car, it was just surrounded by police. So it turns out there was a police chase happening, and the car turned a corner and just bang straight into a wall, and all the police surrounded. So we were like, right. But certainly one or both of us would have been squished. Where is Odeon? Is it Bath Street? Renfield Street? I mean, it isn't there anymore. But I want to show you the setup. No, not the Odeon Lux, the old one. Renfield Street. Renfield Street's a fucking zoo, man. So this is Renfield Street. Episode 1 was like 99, 2000. Aye, so I don't think it was episode 1. Why did you just close the West Nile Street, Wellington Street? Where's Renfrew Lane, Renfield, that says. Yes, man, now we're talking. Centre of town, man. Sorry, the Odeon used to be here. This big white building. So this was a cinema and it said Star Wars here. And we were waiting maybe here. This used to be called something else. What was that called? TJ. That wasn't Fury Murray's. Don't know. But we were standing right here. Rock Gardens? No, it wasn't Rock Gardens. What was that place called? I didn't like it. But we were standing here for ages, man. Forever, never. And then decided to walk down. And as we're walking back up, we got to about this far away and just, fuck you, man, right into the side of that. Totally ruined. But just shows you, didn't it? Just shows you. With me, please don't joke like that. No problem, non-binary. My apologies. I understand. And sorry if I forget in the future. And if ever anybody's unsure, everything's cool. The streaming chat is like a free community therapy. Aye, but an actual therapist would be better. A quiet chat doesn't mean we're... I know. So I don't know if it was Star Wars Episode 1 or 2 or 3, but I was old enough to be absolutely steaming in the centre of town. How old would I have been in the year 2000? 14? Do you know, it might have been. I was getting steaming in the centre of town when I was 14. Could have been, don't know. Zobby the Jobby says, I bumped into my ex-pen pal from hundreds of miles away who had ghosted at Glastonbury Festival 3 months into the ghosting. My God, how did that turn out? That's horrific. Start again. At Glastonbury, I bumped into an ex-pen pal from hundreds of miles away who had ghosted 3 months earlier. I see, got you. Hey, how you doing? You alright? I must have been lost in the post. Aye. This feels like we sit around a fire with a bottle. It's 3 a.m. and we remember weird stories. Aye, 100%. I'm not going to give you all my weird stories just now. What you're saying is thank God for Star Wars. Aye. In a way, Star Wars could have saved my life. Also, see, for brevity, I just picked a spot there where we were standing. It wasn't that exact spot, and it's annoying me now that it wasn't that exact spot. I think we might have been down rather than up. I think it was actually down here somewhere. I think the car hit here maybe. Into that bit. I think it came round and hit, and we'd walked up. Which makes sense because if you're down here, you can't read Star Wars, but if you were up there, you could have read it. So I think it was here, quite sure it was here, and the car came round, didn't handle this corner very well, and fucked right into that bit. Could have been one further down, but I'm pretty sure it was this, or maybe even here, but I don't know how a car could hit into that bit because of the way the road is. I'm pretty sure it was here-ish on this block. But it just shows you. Hello, Stevia. Thanks very much for your Prime sub. Nice to see you back. Looking fresh, I must say. Thank you very much, Stevia. Welcome in. It's good to see you back. I had another story. So Star Wars potentially saving my life. I've told you about the Nintendo Wii story with my mum, haven't I? Remember the Nintendo Wii was a big deal and everybody's like, when it first came out, because all the motion controls and you can play tennis and you need to use the wrist strap, otherwise you'll hit your TV and all this sort of stuff. So at peak Nintendo Wii craze, we were trying it out. Can't remember if it was one that I'd got or we were visiting somebody or whatever. And we were all gathered round a television in the living room and we were having a shot of the Nintendo Wii. So it was my mum's turn to go. We're playing Wii Sports or something like that. And it was the ski jump. So when you do the ski jump on the Nintendo Wii, you've got a board that you stand on, kind of like a scale. And it knows if you're putting more pressure on one foot than another, and you can use that to control a video game. So my mum was doing the ski jump, and it says bend your knees. So she did. And then at the right bit, you jump up like that. You don't jump, you just straighten your knees. And your video game character does the ski jump. But when she did that, she found something in her abdomen, in her torso, didn't feel right when she did that sort of jump thing. It was as if something stayed down in the rest of her body. And she's like, that's not right. Went to the doctor. Thank God you've came in. We needed to detect this right at the time that we did. Had a big operation and everything's fine. But if she didn't play Nintendo Wii at that point, it might not have been detected when it was, and it might have been more grim. So just like Star Wars, let's just all agree Star Wars saved my life, right? Just like Star Wars saved my life, Nintendo saved my mum's life as well. There's 2 wee stories about Mama. Need to get her on the stream at some point. Rufus is on Hope Street and it's still there. I wonder what I'm thinking. Rufus still exists and is... Aye. Who remembers Fury Murray's, man? Anyway, I feel like an old guy. Young enough that you didn't have a cell phone so your friends could be like, we're going to be late. Aye, exactly. Exactly. You alright, Valdrakian? What's your news? This made me realise that I actually have a lot of experiences that are near death or otherwise unsettling. Never realised how odd they are. I think a lot of people collect these wee things, but will for the most part, keep them to ourselves. You know what I mean? Other than when you're steaming or when it is, we're all round a campfire at 3 a.m. Even though I'm still gubbed physically from working on the pier, I've been offered a secondment for some harbour project work, which will be much better for me going forward and progressing. Valdrakian, that sounds dynamite. That sounds like actual progress. Amazing, man. Cherry Bun says, Star Wars saved my life. The hit you follow up to, I've never seen Star Wars. Amazing. By the way, if anybody hasn't seen Star Wars, I'd recommend watching episode 4, A New Hope. It's the first ever Star Wars film that was made, and it's kind of culturally important. See everything else. Just avoid it, man. It's not worth it. But that first film, the first one they made, is like, it should be seen by people. Everything else, if you're not into it, like Ewoks and that, fuck off, man. All that shit. But the very first one is Star Wars for me. Just throw that grenade towards the chat and see who bites there. I get the name of the cinema wrong. Cineworld, Glasgow Renfrew Street. It's a cinema in Renfrew. Aye. Cineworld is the tallest cinema in Europe. And it used to be... Aye, there you go. It's the tallest cinema in the world. Aye. So Cineworld, non-binary. Oh, I'm still in that screen. Cineworld is just up here. So the cinema I was talking about that closed down existed for a long time and was here. That was the Odeon. But this building here is Cineworld. And I think when that was built, so there's multiple screens in here, and when that was built, I don't know if that caused this to go out of business or if that was going out of business anyway. But Cineworld, I used to go in here when I was a student and just piss about. There was a bit you could go to at the very, very top and it gave you a good view of Glasgow. Remember Crockett's? In fact, no, that was one down. Crockett's was a good shop, man. That's Cineworld there. I spent Hogmanay in one of these. I think it was a flat there. It was a mate's. And see, just watching, Hogmanay is a Scottish word for New Year's. New Year's! And see, just watching all the zoo of people was quite a cultural experience. Oh, is that still on the go? What's it called? What is that place called? The Animal in the Hingway? Is that shut down? There was another entrance round here, wasn't there? Welcome to my stream where I'm just like, who remembers things? Flying Duck. Aye, so is the Flying Duck now gubbed? Or is it turned into something else? I mean, they got a CCTV. Here, can we go up here? Nah, we can't go up here. Ah, well. Can't believe 1030 is making up all these stories just to avoid doing the bubble robot. We're getting onto the bubble robot, man. Getting onto the bubble robot. Mine going to Fury Murray's on my 18th birthday. It used to be good, man. The cheap booze, and they would let you in when you were obviously not old enough to be in. Except Andor. Aye, I need to check out Andor. Valdrakian, very good to know. Very good to know. I started watching Andor, wasn't in the mood for it, but everybody's insisted that I need to check it out. Start with the Christmas special. Carnivore, I haven't seen any gameplay for Death Stranding 2. Well, I saw some stills and stuff like that, but I haven't actually watched somebody properly go through it. Our break stopped working once on the way to a festival, was near a construction site, so we had to go slow when I noticed. Better not think about what might have happened if there hadn't been construction. Oh, aye, Granarius. So you had to slow down, and when you were slow, you at that point realised the brakes weren't working. But if you hadn't slowed down, aye, my God. It's mad that can still happen in cars, just for brakes to know. It's weird, isn't it? Why do cinemas love a tower and a glass facade effect? I think if you've got multi-screens, I don't know about the glass facade. I do, right. So that's a good question. Let's see if I can make a bullshit answer. Cherry Buns asks, why do cinemas love a tower and a glass facade effect? Question number one, there's two parts of that. Why do they love a tower? Because think of the space that one screen takes. And if you've got multiple screens, an economic solution is to just stack them on top of one another, right? Because think about how much more land. I don't know how many screens are in Cineworld, maybe 12 screens or something. So if you stack them vertical, then the real estate that you need is, you know, a lot smaller than if you were taking up, you know, multiple blocks. So that's your answer to that. Why do they like a tower? Stack the screens. Part two of the question, why do they love a glass facade effect? I'll just, again, completely off the dome, man, I'm making this up. The reason they love a glass facade effect that I've just made up, I'm making this up, I don't know what my next sentence is going to be. The reason that exists, is a very good question there, is psychologically, if you go to the cinema, you're spending a long time in a darkened room, right? So it's quite stuffy and it can feel oppressive and you can feel a wee bit claustrophobic. And so to contrast that, the architecture of cinemas like to invite an open natural space where direct sunlight can get in, where everything feels a bit airier. If this was a building without any windows, then even when you came out of the screening, it would still feel closed in and feel oppressive. So I think what they've tried to do here is, that sounded convincing, didn't it? It sounded as if that was the actual answer for why cinemas like glass facades. I don't fucking know, man. But sounded good. Highly recommend everybody goes to art school, man, because it teaches you how to post-rationalise anything, man, how to bullshit very successfully. Is the Old Debenhams near there? Aye, a wee bit. Old Debenhams is kinda down here and then up here. And then, is it this one? No. I think I've went too far, maybe. Aye, it's here. That's your Old Debenhamses. Well, your BHS. Is this the same place? Debenhams and BHS? I can't believe that has just been unoccupied for so long, man. For ages. Anyway, like that's right in the centre of town. How come it's just fucking unoccupied for decades? Prime location. So many places like that. I bet you this will mysteriously catch fire at some point soon. But like, what an amazing place Glasgow could be if they reduced the rates or somehow invited local business. Aye, it's fucking right on Sauchiehall Street as well. An incredible spot. Aye, what a waste, man. Total shame. Is that a massive jobby in front of the cones? I missed it, sorry. If I'd have read that at the right time, I would have zoomed in. Sorry, I missed the jobby. It's not like me to not spot a jobby. Chameleon says, I say the whole original trilogy is worth watching. I would agree there, Chameleon, yes. They get progressively worse by the full original trilogy is worth watching. Anyway. Love Star Wars. Hello, John Atfield. How you doing? Love Star Wars. The bit when Spock died was so powerful. Spoilers! I'm so very chuffed about it, so very much looking forward to it. Get to engage my brain again, but if it goes tits up, or if it's just for these projects, then I know I have my old job. Valdrakian, that sounds dynamite. It sounds really good. So you're just having a bit of security right now. Scroobius Pip says, I freaked out at the staff in that Cineworld once. Pip, have you got a story? Do share. I don't think I've freaked out at the staff of that Cineworld ever, or anywhere. Are you alright, Pip? What happened? Pip enjoys cinema. He's definitely a man who enjoys the cinema. Ray Nostra says, I got interviewed by the Herald after coming out of episode 2, I think it was. Had to try really hard to not use the word shite. Hello, Mike Almond, how you doing? Welcome in. Star Wars Episode 1 is shite. Somebody was speaking to me recently. Do you know BitSocket? I know BitSocket Joe, right? So BitSocket, check them out, man. If you're into your video games and you're in Scotland, it's like a podcast. And they talk about video games. So if you're into your Shenmue, your Sega Saturn, all that sort of stuff, they've not been, I don't think they've done it for a wee bit. But here is, this is Games of the Year 2019. That's Joe. I know him pretty well. And this is Scott, who I've only met once or twice, don't know him at all. But the reason I'm talking about this is, why did I bring up Joe? What were we just talking about? Why am I talking about Joe? BitSocket. Fucking. No clue. Might go back to it. I was talking to. Aye. So, I was talking to Joe about his pals are have sort of been retconned with Star Wars for episode 1. So all of them have started saying, you know, the prequels are actually not bad. And I think this is all part of like a coordinated effort by Disney to kind of retcon how we feel about the prequels. Because the prequels are bad, man. Like, they really, really are. But the sentiment online, I think there's been a heavy coordinated, like, Reddit psyop or something like that that's had us all now thinking that a lot of people value the prequels. Or maybe the folk who were children when episode 1 came out. I mean, I was 13 or 14, I suppose. But maybe they just liked it at the time because and they've grown up or something like that. But there's some suspicious shite going on, man, because the prequels aren't good. They just aren't. Never a car almost run you over. That's a really common experience in today's life and can really scare you. Oh, hold on. Aye. Well, that's the only time a car has almost run me over. But I wasn't anywhere near it when it happened. If that makes sense. Hell yes, did that at my old design job. We choose that font because it symbolises a progressive attitude. Aye, totally, completely. You just need conviction and a lot of problems will go away if you're a graphic designer. Seen they've converted an old Debenhams into a skate park in Bristol, called it Shreddenhams. That's very good, JM Blends. Very good. It's probably full of asbestos or something, so no one wants to spend the money to refurb. Aye, maybe. But asbestos isn't dangerous unless it's disturbed. So a new company could just move in and use it. Maybe the building's unsafe or something like that. I don't know. Here's where I really want to take over, man. See if anybody knows where I'm going to go. But if I was a millionaire, which I'm not, is it down one? If I was a millionaire, I would buy... Where are we? I want to find it. Is it down here? No, I think we're one up. I get totally lost. It's a good job. I've not bought this place because I wouldn't be able to find it. Aye, so it's not down here. One up. But I was sure it was on this one. Is my most favourite building in the entire world. Aye, so we've just been here. Maybe it's one up further. Yes, here it is here. Look at this big belter, man. Whoa. So this here is the Lion's Chambers. And for all my life, it's been empty. But this is the first brutalist building in Europe, I believe. It's entirely made of concrete, and it's a big, amazing class thing. Somebody must have got inside. What a building, man. What an incredible building. And culturally important as well. This one can't mysteriously go on fire because it's made entirely out of concrete. Oh, class, we can go down the lane. That's brilliant. Look at this side. Just a big flat side, man. So I've got all of this planned out, man. So basically I'd live in the penthouse suite. First floor would be like a wee shop. Second floor, more of a gallery space. These two floors would be like for events and club nights and stuff. Get a wee stage. And then that would just be living quarters up top. Got it all planned out. The problem though is this building needs extensive repairs. And it's owned by multiple people. And it's owned by that many people who are all absent and they all hate each other and all of that sort of stuff, that they can't agree on anything, and it's just been left to rot. So it's a fucking shame, man, because it looks cool. And just like Tam Shepard's, one day I'll wake up and I'll read the news that, no, that's now gone now, that's in the past. And we just need to be like, all right. But I absolutely adore it. And quite often, when I was a student, I would just go down, I'd stand here, just stare up at it, and imagine all my fucking Batman villain style adventures that I got up to. An amazing building, but just ruined because people. I heard people talking like this about the prequels when I was getting my hair cut. Couldn't believe my ears. Aye, McBeezy Weezy. What the fuck? Prequels aren't good. I can attest I was 10 and loved them. Aye, maybe. I think it's a generationist thing. Those who were small kids would have nostalgia for the prequels the same way we have nostalgia for the original trilogy. I understand what you're saying, but the original trilogy are like well made. Like the plot line of A New Hope, the whole hero's journey, the monomyth and all of that is a template for a classic good story that you can see in, you know, Die Hard or multiple other things. Whereas, like, not to cover the grounds of the Red Letter Media essay on episode 1, but like for episode 1, there's lots of problems. Like, who's the main character in episode 1? Nobody really changes. Describe any of the characters without describing what they look like. What's the deal with the racist Jew character? That's fucking weird. What's the deal with the racist black character? That's fucking weird. What's the deal with the... That's shite. It's all a lot of shite. Episode 1 does have a couple of good bits in it, though. Right? So there was 5 notes. 5. See those 5 notes? Really, really did wonders for that film. The lightsaber sequence, pretty good. Pod race, that was kind of cool. Other than that, big steaming pile of shite. Trade Federation taxi. What? Shut up, man. Get a lightsaber out. So, right. I understand what you're saying. It might be a generational thing. However, my pal Joe that I was talking to, his pals are our age. And their impressions have changed. So I think there's, based on no evidence at all, I think Disney, in order to make the new films profitable, have done a concentrated psyop to make us all think that the prequels were actually good when they weren't. Just an idea. Don't have anything to base that off of. Pulling it out my hoop. Just making stuff up, man. Just making stuff up. Still waiting to find out why Scroobius Pip freaked out at the staff in that Cineworld. There's a video on YouTube from these urban explorers that got inside that Debenhams and it's really bad and all the floors are caving in, so most likely needs demolished. You've just given me an idea though, if they've done one for the Lion's Chambers. Oh, indeed they have, man. Right, we will try that out and we will look at Debenhams as well. See, for the rest of the day, do you want to look at people exploring these buildings? Because I think I do. I think that's what we're going to do for the rest of the day today. Goodness me. Jack McKenzie, that's a good shout, man. And we'll watch the Debenhams one as well. One door closes, another one opens. Amazing, mate. Sometimes the newly opened one is better, the better one anyway. Cool. And if it isn't, the other one is still open. It sounds like. Anyone enjoying the dumpster fire that is American politics as of late? Random, I know, but there isn't enough popcorn. Aye, Carnivore, I'm trying not to enjoy it too much because it's literally people's lives. But being this far away from it, it is interesting, man. What a mess. The pod racing is cool. But anyway. I got hit by a car when I was riding my bike, but the person was being stupid and rolling through stop signs, so I feel like that maybe doesn't count. I think it still counts. Still a life-altering, potentially, scenario. I hate sand. It goes everywhere. Prequel apologists have been active since Force Awakens was announced. Aye, suspicious timing. I think it's probably just young people, but observe older people who used to see the prequels as they were, who now are thinking, prequels are all right. Don't know, man. I don't know. Plus, obviously, a lot of the new generation coming up. But even then, like, there's stuff that I watched as a child that as an adult, I can obviously point at it and be like, aye, that is a lot of shite. I enjoyed it when I was a child. Transformers cartoons. The film's actually really good. See the animated Transformers film, pretty good. See the cartoons, a lot of shite, man. Multiple stuff I watched as a child and loved as a child is a lot of shite. And so these people who think that episode 1 is good need to screw the heat and need to be honest with themselves. It's a poor film, man. Anyway, I don't want to alienate any of my audience. Nice to see Hayden Christensen getting some love, though. Poor fella must have got rotten when these films came out. I just read a big article about Ahmed Best, who played Jar Jar Binks, and all of the negative stuff that happened to him. And then obviously you've got Jake Lloyd that played the young Anakin, and his life just got fucked because, well, I would imagine because of those films. But I don't know. I put the Phantom Menace on the other night purely just to watch the pod race, skipped straight to it. Turned it straight off after, just needed those sound effects in my brain. Aye, pod race is good. Also, what a lot of people don't know about the pod race is a lot of it is practical effects. They did an interesting thing when episode 1 was coming out. It was like, Lucasfilm, and we're doing visual effects, and it's all 3D, and we've pioneered all this CGI 3D stuff. And for the most part, a lot of that was just lies. There are 3D visual effects in the film, yes, but a lot of it is practical models. See all the stuff of pod racers like exploding and all the bits coming out. They built it to explode. They filled it with charges. They shot it in slow motion and it looks incredible. But in order to promote the film, they were like, it's all CGI, and it's just weird, man. It's a weird spectacle of just all this money. Well, I might watch Phantom Menace tonight. I'll let you know how I get on tomorrow. I used Duel of Fates in a snowboard video I made 20 years ago. Hopefully Disney find it and sue me. I think if they find it, they'll be like, that's exactly what we need for the next film. And they will give you a shout. They'll be like, can you yield a lightsaber on a skateboard? And you'll be in, man. You'll be the new one. Anyway. Lemony Snicket looking building on Redwood Street. Aye. Route Planner Paul has taught you nothing, I know. Cheerio! So let's have a wee look inside the Lion's Chambers, shall we? Sorry, I got quite excited when I was looking at that and I've missed the chat. If the buildings aren't being used, they should be taxed to the eyeballs or simply just reverted to the council. Aye, Rolduke, centre of Glasgow is in bits, man. Glasgow's taken a cultural battering. Glasgow City Council, for years, have just been like, what? But why don't they just give reduced rates to local businesses instead of leaving the buildings derelict? Or if the buildings need to be repaired, like figure that shit out. Heavily tax the owner. If you've got a dilapidated building, encourage them to sell it or repair it. Don't know. The major tension in episode 1 is like trade politics. Aye. Remember the guys at the start and all of that, and they're like having meetings and stuff. The fuck? I mean, the major tension in episode 1 is obviously Anakin's trying to get freed as a slave. But, I mean, his life looks pretty good as a slave. He's building C-3PO and all of that. Don't know. Before episode 1, right, if somebody was like, here, close your eyes and imagine what Darth Vader was like as a child before he turned, you'd be like, right? If somebody was like, he was actually held captive as a slave with his mother, you'd be like, fuck, that sounds grim. And then you see it and it's all like, you know, looks like a Pepsi advert. Are you an angel? They're from the moons of Iago, I think. No wonder he get bullied, man. I'd have bullied him. Hello, B. Dolan, how's it going, man? What's happening? I somehow ended up watching a totally different channel because my pocket pressed a button on the phone. I was confused. Don't you blame your pocket. You made a decision, B. Dolan. I was lurking on your stream last night in bed. I just had you in my headphones slowly falling asleep as you were reading that thing. It was good. Peter Serafinowicz Story and Richard Herring podcast is a good summary of episode 1's shiteness. I'd like to hear that. I'm a massive, massive fan of Pete Serafinowicz. And I was gutted when they didn't keep him as the voice of Darth Maul. Super D, how you doing? Thank you very much for the sub, Super D. Welcome in. How you doing? I think as well for episode 1, here's something that annoyed me, right? I was looking forward to it. I'm into Star Wars. I'm looking forward to it. I remember going to Asda the week before Star Wars episode 1 was premiered. Wasn't out in the cinema. I was in Asda and I'm excited for the new Star Wars happening. And they've got all this new Star Wars shit in. So I'm looking at the Star Wars shit and there's a CD. Do you remember CDs? There was the Star Wars episode 1 original soundtrack CD for $12.99 in Asda. And I'm like, oh, cool, man. There's like photos of all the new shit that I hadn't seen before, pod racing and stuff. So I'm looking at it all, turn it over, track titles. So I'm looking at the track titles, pod race sequence. I'm all right, cool. Blah, blah, blah. Qui-Gon's funeral. I'm like, what? One of the tracks in a CD that was released before the film was called Qui-Gon's funeral. And I'm like, fucking spoiled by official. I was just like, Nice one, Asda. Or whoever did this. Nice one. But anyway. Yeah, but his pals may have gone to see the prequels instead of standing outside steaming. Maybe. That's maybe what happened, Pip. Pip, did you speak about why you went, the aggro that you had with the Cineworld stuff? Because I would like to know what went on. But if you've already said, hello, Exeldro, welcome in, how you doing? Wonderful to see you in. Have I done anything with your plugins recently? I don't think I have. I did a wee bit of work when I was offline, but I don't think I've got anything cool to show you, Exeldro. Did we not watch the Debenhams one? It was just a constant loud as fuck alarm blaring. I can't remember it, Stevja. Might have been on Roscoe. Can't remember it, but maybe. Idol, earlier on I was going to tease the Rust music video, and I was asking if you were in just to see if it would be alright to show these people it in its unfinished state. And then I thought, nah, they can wait. We'll just wait till it's finished. because it'll be a matter of days. One of my favourite films of all time is A Load of Shite, The Never Ending Story. Not a good film at all, but I absolutely love it. Aye, Never Ending Story. Like, how long? 90 minutes? It's not never ending, it's 90 minutes. It should be called The Story That Ends in 90 Minutes. It's like Final Destination. There's 15 of them. Maximum there should be 2 films. Penultimate Destination, then Final Destination. Anyway, it is a shame for the wee boy that played Anakin. It was actually a real pod race. That's funny. Now this is pod racing. I really hate when stupid people ruin life for children, teen actors, like Common, where adults leave the younglings alone. It's just a show movie. I'm seeing that very apparent with The Last of Us right now. I'm a big fan of the first Last of Us video game, but if you go into any Last of Us areas of the internet, it's just misogyny and hate and a bit of... What do you call prejudice against non-binary people? They're obviously not... They're not trans people, so it's not transphobia. And it's not like homophobia, because it's not nothing to do with their sexuality, it's to do with their gender identity. What do you call prejudice against non-binary people? Anyway, a lot of that, just a lot of bad vibes towards the TV casting decisions and stuff. It's just fucking like hateful. Fair enough, you don't like it. Like, I watched a couple episodes of the TV show, wasn't for me, right? Really loved the first game. Watched the TV show, I'm like, I've kind of sort of been through this. I'm all right. But I'm not going to go on the internet and be like, the fucking this and that and whatever else. But it's just people, weirdly. It's people in it. I hope as a species we can like kind of solve this somehow. Maybe AI or some shit or something. I don't know. Interesting, isn't it? Yes, Espadrille, the pod racing crowd is made of painted cotton buds. And when I was young, I begged my dad to go down to London, and we went to the Barbican Centre where the Star Wars exhibition was on. I begged him and he did it. And I saw the pod racing crowd that was made of miniature cotton buds. It's kind of cool. So what they did is they got a mesh, bit of wire mesh, painted lots of cotton buds, you know, the ones that you're not supposed to put in your ear, painted all the tips, lots of different colours, then suspended them into this wire mesh in a scale model miniature that looked like a crowd in a stadium, but each head was just a painted tip of a cotton bud. Then what they figured out is for all the other sides of the cotton bud that's suspended in this contraption, if you just sort of actuate them from below, it looks as if the full crowd is animated, and it looks amazing. Meanwhile, they're telling people that they did it all via CGI and everything else. It's like, no, mate, it's cotton buds and acrylic. Don't think the councils can do much on business rates, policy set by Scottish governments and rates technically collected on their behalf, I think. Interesting, McBeezy Wheezy. Aye, I'll be honest, I don't know enough about that myself. But interesting. I thought there for a second that Pete Serafinowicz got bullied horribly in school. Then I'm like, no, it was Anakin. Citizen Sleeper, that's it, Dolan. 9 out of 10, loved it. Class, man. Where are we? I did like Skeleton Crew, haven't seen it. George Lucas stopped zipping his fly at a certain point and no one was brave enough to tell him it was down. Aye. See, if you watch a lot of the stuff, the documentaries, the making of episode 1, you can tell like there are guys behind George Lucas that are just having a bad time, man. Like, who's the guy, Rick McCallum, one of the producers? And he's just like, he's got a visible rash on his neck for rubbing it so much about just how fucked they all are, man. It's interesting to see in hindsight. And it's amazing how much they let into that documentary as well. I'm scared to watch Neverending Story again because I know it'll never match my memory of it. Is Neverending Story the one with the horse and quicksand? And the horse just fucking dies? Is that one? Because what are they doing putting that in a Wayne's film, man? What film was that? Do you know what I'm talking about? I remember seeing that when I was wee and just being like that. Just to put nice things in our films, thanks. Never Ending Story is the one with the big Henson thing that you can ride. Don't remember much of it other than that. Scared to watch blah, 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 blah. Read that. The whole thing of spin-offs and sequels, etc. is all very weird. 1 to 3 makes sense and fit with 4 to 6, not least because the numbering hints at a backstory, but the story in the universe just isn't that deep. It's just money, man, isn't it? It's money. That's it. Right, we're into a franchise here. We're selling toys, cash, man. Like, nothing against that. It's just that is the nature of that market for that type of film. They will make another 3 if they think they can make cash off it. It's not that somebody deep down has got a passionate story that they need to share with the world. That's not what Star Wars is, you know. Anyway. Remind me to tell the Sonny Wallace story next time I'm streaming, but the keynote is I freaked them out. I didn't freak out at them, but I'm a chill guy. You're a chill guy, aye. Aye, you're a chill guy. Scroobius Pip, you are back on... Is it Friday or Saturday, or is it both? So I'll be in your stream, and definitely on Saturday. I think you're maybe on Friday as well. So I'll try and remind you at that point. Final Destination 4.final.move. Exactly. __ this one. Be doing The Last of Us online spaces. Fucking terrible vibe in there, man. Horrible. Let's just see, right? I'm going to go to Reddit. Reddit.com/r/ The Last of Us. Let's see how many good posts there are until we find one just hating. Right, I finally got an interpretation of Ellie's tattoo. That's cool. Somebody got a tattoo. That's a good post. That's a post where somebody enjoys the stuff. That's an ad. That's a good post. Somebody met Pedro. That's cool. Somebody made a fan-made thing. That's cool. Right, okay, this is maybe... my story is maybe... See, everybody's getting Ellie's tattoo. Stuff like that, right? Don't these women know how to dress properly for freezing cold weather? That's maybe not actually that bad. But see if you go into the comments. Right, okay, so I'm basically... I don't have actual proof for what I've just said. But I've been on here for long enough. I mean, maybe they fixed it. But when you get into the comments, particularly of the TV show, they fucking hate I forget the actor's name. But they just hate her. All of this looks as if it's been cleaned up, man. It really does look as if it's been cleaned up. So I wonder if it's a different subreddit. Might be thinking about a different subreddit. But absolute shit show, man. Horrible. Anyway. I think it's TLOU. Anyway, if I can't find it, then I'm wrong. I'm not going to go out my way to spend hours trying to be validated. But I've seen a lot of stuff on here that's just like, come on, man. Anyway, I'm not going to get into it. Stuff like this. So this is the Last of Us 2 subreddits. This is the first time that I've been on here. This sort of stuff. They'll Photoshop their face onto different stuff and just be quite hateful. Stuff like this. So the Bella Ramsey isn't liked, and every single post is a fair bit heavier than the stuff that I'm showing here. But it's just relentless, man. Like, see if you go into the comments here, you'll get badness. Coordinated, targeted hate. So Bella Ramsey, I believe, is non-binary, and half of these people are male characters. Like, it's all just a bit fucked. So there's that stuff, and then there's heavier stuff as well. That I'm just thinking, like, see if you don't like the show, or if you don't like the game, or if you don't like the casting, move on, man. There's one in particular that they like to bring up time and time again. And here was me just like, I want to know about the video game. Do you know what I mean? Where are we? But there's one image in particular that keeps coming up time and time and time again because they really don't like the casting of this character. Are you getting computer sounds through? I think you probably are getting browser sounds. Anyway. It's strange. The Last of Us Series 2 Fury is mad as it's mainly down to one throwaway line. I don't know. I've been reading... So Neil Druckmann, who wrote it, he's a controversial guy for lots of various reasons. And so there's a fair bit of pressure put onto him for his political views and stuff. But the stuff I'm talking about is off the back of what we're talking about Ahmed Best and Jake Lloyd, about like coordinated, relentless, targeted bullying by like thousands of people onto one actor because they don't agree with the casting decisions or something like that. It's fucked, man. Oh, I forgot that. The voice actor that played Abby got lots of just abuse and stuff to the point they weren't going to continue. The fan base for that game is enough to just put you off the game. I just don't want anything to do with it. I love the first game. It's one of the best games I've ever done. Second game, but first game was really good. I've not checked out the show. You should watch the Nick Offerman Last of Us episode. Adds depth on what's in the game and very good. Cool, man. Nick Offerman and my cousin worked together very briefly. I asked AI to make me a quick football video thing. All crowd had scarves that said Mafia on them. So that's what the AI thinks of that. That's interesting. I will never understand this. I am even bothered when friends tell me extensive stories about other people's private business. I cannot imagine caring so much about personal stuff of some actors, 100%. Taffman says, watch your postbox. You've been warned. Taffman, you watch your postbox that has been doxed multiple times on your channel. I think I've got your address. Taffman, that sounds cool. Thank you very much for sending that up. Also, Big Taffman, I want to show you this trick. I want to show you how to do this trick. So, Taffman, anytime you've got 5 minutes free, I want to show you how to do this trick because I've been teaching Taff Magic. Or, well, I would like to teach Taff Magic. So I want to show Taff a trick that he can then do on his stream. That'll be quite exciting. But thanks very much for whatever's coming in. I watched the show and had never played the game. I have to admit the Bella Ramsey character took a while to grow on me. It was about 3 episodes in before I started to find aspects of that character likeable. The hate she receives was inexcusable, however. Aye. Like, am I saying it was a good casting decision? I'm not saying that, right? But is it worth hating somebody and attacking their gender identity and like all of that just because you don't agree with a casting decision? Just watch something else, man, for fuck's sake. Easy peasy. Someone getting a visual rash in reaction to being forced to make bad art tickles me for some reason. Aye. It's worth watching. But anyway. Let's get to the video of bullying, save your sanity. I was just like, I was saying that this still exists, and I would imagine the aggro that Ahmed Best and Jake Lloyd got, they're both men, albeit Jake Lloyd was a child at the time, But I would imagine if you're a woman or, you know, female presenting or whatever, I would imagine you would get it much, much worse. But anyway, or if you're non-binary as well, or if you've got some other target on you, a perceived target that the general Gamergate masses would use to then just fucking go after you. Bogus, man. Bogus bullshit. How are you being toxic in a game in which you play as queer characters exclusively? I'm so confused. Well, they really don't like the second game for that reason. But they're fine with it in the first game for some reason. I don't know. I don't know. Last of Us HBO, is it Last of Us HBO? Aye. Absolute vile, vulgar, horrible setup. So because of that, it just put me off the whole franchise. It's like, do you remember Rick and Morty used to actually be really good? I'm talking about before the Justin Roiland news broke. But for a long time, Rick and Morty was cool, man. Like, genuinely interesting storylines, and they were paying stuff off, and they had a plan with it. It was quite funny. Like, I would say Rick and Morty a billion times more successful than, like, Family Guy or whatever. It was kind of up my street. And then, one day, the fans just all went mad because of some McDonald's campaign. So fans were doing stuff like showing up in a McDonald's that didn't have this in-joke sauce, and then were like just being absolute pricks to McDonald's workers and stuff. So much so that it just put me off the franchise. I now no longer want to identify as somebody who enjoys Rick and Morty.
Wait, you guys have no Szechuan sauce? No. I want Szechuan sauce. Where's my Szechuan sauce? I'm Pickle Rick. What beloved dum dum? I'm Pickle Rick. Rick, Rick, Rick. I'm Pickle Rick. Rick, Rick.
Sometimes I think that, like, we've maybe got it too good. Like, my ancestors fought in wars and stuff like that. Like, see the amount of engineering and infrastructure and sacrifice that had to be made throughout the past 1,000 years of our civilization, of, like, coordinating how to, like, fucking grow rice and shit like that, like, inventing language. And now we're here doing this. Oh, wee boy, man. Scared wee boy. Look at that. So, a new McCafe. I'll try that. So that just put me off. And there isn't even anything hateful there. It's just a young person being way wild. Like, there wasn't... I mean, that's fine. That's fine what happened there. But what I'm saying is that sort of... I'm like, put me off the franchise. But then when you actually see hateful stuff coming from another fan base, you're just like, I don't really want to affiliate myself with this lot, man. Jesus Christ. I believe Bella Ramsey's pronouns are they, I believe, but I might be wrong, but I think that's the case. But it's all just fucked, innit? Everyone's fucked. I know people have dissed actors in the show. I think the second game has some story problems the series is paying for. Aye. I would agree there. I spoke at length about how I would fix the second game as I was playing it. And I think the show, I've watched a couple of episodes, I never get right into it. Maybe if I revisit it, I'll get into it again. Sometimes for TV shows, I need to start them 2 or 3 times before I get a run going. So I didn't, like, hate the show or anything. I'm just like, meh. And I just never get back around to it. Stevia, we should never got the Father's Day card. No. The first series was amazing TV. The second series made some strange choices with story, beats, and character dialogue. The second series is still the first game, isn't it? So the story choices aren't necessarily the bad story choices for the second game. Anyway. Dolan, I think the reason Bella Ramsey has been targeted is because a lot of players of the game found Ellie to be sexually attractive. I think that's the implication. And because they don't find Bella Ramsey sexually attractive, they've got beef with it. But they can't say that because in the game, Ellie is like, 14 or something? And so in order to admit why they dislike the casting choice, they would have to admit being sexually attracted to a 14-year-old. And I think that's what's going on. But I don't know. There's 2 packages. Be careful with the tube. Oh my God, Taff, man, that sounds exciting. That sounds very, very exciting. Taffman says, I've never doxed myself ever. Taff, one time I literally showed a full screen scan of my passport. Years ago. But thanks very much for sending me stuff. That'll be exciting. Taff, do you know if it's stuff that I can open on stream? Obviously, I'll hide things. But that's quite exciting. Thanks very much, man. Right, where am I in chat? People went like, oh no, she isn't sexy enough, let's have a collective meltdown. I don't fucking know. Could be because they're non-binary, could just be the internet in it. You worked with Nick Offerman? Interesting. My cousin is a cooper, so he makes barrels that you store whiskey in, or that Donkey Kong, barrels, like old school Victorian shit. So that's what my cousin does. It's like a trade. He's a cooper. And Nick Offerman made a show in Scotland, and he was like visiting all this old stuff. I didn't see it in the end, but my cousin and Nick Offerman were in this thing because his character, I think he is sober, but his character was into whiskey or something. I don't know much about Nick Offerman, but I spent a good couple of days together and had a great time. Apparently he's a nice man. Good to know. The second game leans too hard on cycle of violence tropes and seems to justify state violence against a religious minority at points. I can see why it may appeal to some problematic players. I've got my own complaints about the second game that I'm not going to go into because I'll end up in a big rant. But I think the expectation of finishing Ellie and Joel's story, and then just being they didn't do any save the cat stuff with Abby. Like just do 2 or 3 things to make Abby likeable as a character, and then I will want to play as her. But the whole vibe that they were trying to go for in the second game is like, oh, there are no goodies and baddies because violence begats violence, and so everybody is shades of good and evil. And you're like, in reality, yes, but like, in order for a compelling narrative to happen, like, you need to know, are they a goodie or a baddie? And if there is an ambiguity, then use that ambiguity as a plot point for like one thing. Make it a thing, rather than the full character just being kind of vague. Because then if it's vague, I don't give a shit about them. I don't want to play as them. Anyway. The thing with Belly casting is no worse than the Pedro casting if you're going for likeness and stuff, but I felt that they both smashed it. Proper rate the show. Class, man. I need to start it again. I need to go back to it. Pedro looks nothing like Joel. They don't really worry about him. Who knows, man? The internet was a mistake. Computers are the best and worst thing we've ever done. Camshi86, did I say thanks? Camshi86, thanks for the sub, and Super D, thanks for the sub. Camshi, did you get your bubble blast? I don't think I said thanks. I was maybe in the middle of a big rant. The embarrassment that guy must feel nowadays must be incredible. Fuck, man, like, I bet you if that video was released today, that guy would now have his own right-wing podcast or something. He'd be able to turn it into a grift quite easily, because that was big news for a month. No, for about 3 days on the internet a few years ago. Every day we stray further from God's light. 100%, man. 100%. I would like to see him try that in Sauchiehall Street McDonald's on a Friday night. Well, that's what I'm saying, Fat Dad. I've saw worse in a McDonald's. In that McDonald's in the Sauchiehall Street, the Four Corners. Is that Sauchiehall Street or is it Jamaica Street? Jamaica Street, I'm talking about the Four Corners one. I've saw some mad shit in there. And it's worse than that. You know what I mean? So there's part of me that's thinking like, oh, he's just a wee guy and stuff. But what I'm saying is it put me off the show. I'm just like, I can't even watch. And then obviously all the Justin Roiland stuff came out and it's like, aye, right. Fair enough. But it was good when it was good, man. Here's an opinion that I probably shouldn't share. Louis C.K. made a couple of good things. But then he turned out to be like an absolute horrible beast. And so fuck him, absolutely fuck the guy. But the sitcom he did, Louis, was like very good, man. It was art, almost. Not Lucky Louis, that was a steaming pile of shite. But Louis, like really good. And nobody's going to watch it now, because fuck the guy, right? But it was really good. And then he made an art project called Horace and Pete with Steve Buscemi and like Stephen Wright and an ensemble, Alan Alda. And it was all like shot on a stage. It was like a drama thing and it was very good, man. It was just released straight to the internet. And I really value that he did that. But on the other hand, fuck the guy because he's a total piece of shit and absolutely fuck him. So I can't recommend anything that he's done. But nobody's going to watch that. And it's a shame because it was genuinely really, really good. But alas, here we are. Let's not separate the artist from the art. Guy's a banger. But what I would say is, right, see if you're in a position, maybe you've just got a sitcom commissioned, but you're a fraud. Imagine you're in too deep and you've got a week to write a piece of art or something like that and you're fucked, right? Here's what to do. Plagiarism. Go into that. Not Lucky Louis, Louis the sitcom or Horace and Pete because it's very good. And just steal it, right? Because fuck the guy. So just steal ideas from there. And like nobody's going to be like, I was actually Louis C.K. Nobody's going to stand up from because fuck him. My face doesn't say still enough to visually convey the absolute lack to reaction I would be willing to give this. Oh, the Szechuan sauce guy, Rick and Mortified. Aye, more like prickin' mortified. I watched a TikTok that established a credible through line from popularity of World of Warcraft update releases to Gamergate and the rise of the far right. It may be all Blizzard's fault. Well, see, when the Gamergate stuff was happening originally, I didn't know that it would then mature. I thought it was all about that game Kane and Lynch and how journalism in video games is. I wasn't paying attention to the story when it happened because I just thought it was like some cringy video game stuff. But I wish I was paying attention early on as to how that formed and how it was then co-opted to ultimately, you know, I think like Steve Bannon and all that was involved, wasn't he? I don't know too much about it. But because a big group on the internet, I've got lots of very strong feelings about it, it's hard to, unless you were watching it happen at the time, it's hard to figure out the actual order of events for certain things. Because I've tried going back and be like, right, so I'll read that, but who wrote that and what are their motives and all of this sort of stuff? What a spectacle of a thing. I would like to see a post-rational explanation of that by somebody who's like sound. Like, what the fuck was Gamergate? I would just never go near Reddit for anything, to be honest, unless it was thrown up by Google as having an answer for something. Reddit is still the best place to go to if you're like having trouble technically or something like that. How do you do this thing in Windows 11? If you type that into Google, you won't get an answer. If you type in how to do the thing in Windows 11 space Reddit, you will get an answer. I still use it for that. It's good. Also, if you're into any hobbies, 3D printing, prop making, whatever, making stuff out of foam, doing magic tricks, different niche technology stuff, reddit.com/r/CRT gaming. I can recommend that. Lots of niche interests are on Reddit, which is cool. And more of them are going to Discord, which is a bad thing because Discord isn't public or open or searchable. So all this knowledge, group knowledge about certain niche interests is now sort of been hidden, which is kind of shit. Do you know what's also kind of shit on Reddit as well? Because Reddit is a repository for knowledge, it's now got Reddit answers, right? So what you can do is on Reddit answers, ask it a question and an AI will give you the answer. However, what you're asking it depends entirely about what Reddit have spoken about. So let's see, hold on, let me just do this. Tell me, and it's kind of dangerous for me, about Twitch streamer 1030. So unfortunately for me, most of the stuff that is written about me on Reddit are in the Lemmy subreddit. So if you go on Reddit and you ask it, tell me about Twitch streamer 1030, you're getting like drama. Twitch streamer 1030, formerly known as 1030GIH, is a notable figure in the streaming community. Here's a summary of what Redditors have shared about him. No, about what the Lemmy subreddit has shared about me. So this is dangerous because it's fucking not true. A lot of this just isn't true. So Reddit is now getting fed into ChatGPT and stuff. And so going forward, any information or misinformation that is on Reddit is now kind of being packaged up and squeezed and will be used from now on as one of the core volumes of like knowledge that we've got. And that can be wonderful if you're trying to figure out the difference between a USB-C cable and a USB fucking whatever else. But if there's misinformation on, you're kind of fucked, man. But it is what it is. No falling out. There were speculations out, potential falling out with another streamer, but these have been debunked. No, they haven't. Right, so what was that? Who have I apparently not fallen out with? Oh, look, a year ago, what happened to 1030GIH? I've not seen him chat for ages, and Lemmy hasn't really mentioned him in the last few weeks. I missed some streams, so my apologies if he's mentioned something that I've missed. Oh, cool, man. The cunts are talking about me. Is he still on his crypto obsession? Who are you? Was I ever on a crypto obsession? I've never spoke about cryptocurrency favourably. I don't know what that is. Is he still... So that was a year ago. What was I doing a year ago? No idea. I wasn't aware of that. What's the story there? Nothing. Watched him once, shite. Brilliant, man. I'm not logged in. That's fair. That's absolutely fair. Can't argue with that. That's no true though, is it? I've never thought... I might have been talking about it if there was like a news story or something. I was basically asking if they fell out. No, they haven't. How the fuck do you know Green Tea 05? Why do you care what a weirdly... This is weird to read, man. What a weirdly intrusive question. He's just a streamer, comedian. I'm not a comedian. Mate, he's not your friend. Glassy Dusty, how you doing? Thanks very much for the Prime sub. Oh, and you are a first-time subscriber. Hiya, how's it going? Listen, Glassy Dusty, what you might not know is, for every first-time subscriber, you get a bit of one-on-one eye contact. So here is your eye contact. Could everybody who isn't Glassy Dusty please look away now? Glassy Dusty, I hope you enjoyed your eye contact. Welcome in, how you doing? And thank you very much for your Prime sub. So every first-time subber get some eye contact, even if it's a Prime sub. Everybody can look back now. I hope nobody stole your eye contact. Welcome in, Glassy Dusty. So there we are. We've talked about a lot of stuff there. Let me look at the chat again. Hasn't Louis C.K. been totally absorbed of his sins these days and everyone's okay with him despite being a piece of shit? No, Pablo Diablo, I still think he's an absolute piece of shit. I'd go as far as to say fuck the guy. And this is coming from somebody who, credit where it's due, is pointing at things and saying, you know, they are actually quite good. But obviously, fuck the guy, man. Scooby Club says CK's comeback gig was superb. Really? I didn't see it, but wasn't he just trying to be edgy and saying stuff against trans folk and things? But I don't know. I didn't see it. Horace and Pete was great. It really was. But I fuck the guy, man. Louis C.K. did gigs in Israel for a while after he got cancelled. That seems to be where you go, man. They don't care, do they? Hello, Hammy. How you doing? Nearly the big 6-0. Also, Bubbles. Hiya, mate. What's happening? We were just talking about The Last of Us quite extensively. Welcome in. How's it going? 59 months. That's dynamite. Pamela Adlon was really great in it too. It's a shame for her. Aye, absolutely. Aye. The Lucky Louie, bad. Louie, the sitcom, really good. See the bit about how he was having like panic attacks? There's an episode about panic attacks. It's fucking well made, man. With his neighbour in the fish tank. Don't want to spoil it because it is maybe one of the best hour-long TV shows I've ever seen. Really good. But I can't say that because fuck a guy, he's a total dick. But it's really good, man. So I want to maybe go back and just like remake all of that. Mod alert to, did you see Last of Us 2 can now be played? All right. I just got a wee mod alert thing coming up there, Hammy. Did you mean to do that? I don't know what that was. I'm going to get to the bottom of the chat and figure out what that was because I'm quite behind in the chat. However, just in case I need to do any mod stuff. Why did that come up as a mod alert? I don't know what any of that is. Last of Us 2 can now be played in chronological order. Do you know, that might actually be interesting. I did nothing that I know of. Cheers. Maybe just if you spoke, maybe because you atted me, it cut through the queue and it showed me. I think that's what. So if a mod ats me, even if I'm not looking at the most up-to-date bit in the chat, I think that at comes up, that's a good feature, Twitch. That's pretty cool. In case there's something important. That's kind of cool. Interesting. I've not been there on Twitch for over a month, so if there's anything new like this, I'm still finding it out. I plagiarised Lucky Louie by accident. Don't plagiarise Lucky Louie. Plagiarise Louie. Lucky Louie's not very good. I remember CK was the only one who admitted to their accusations and apologised publicly. What was it he did again? So he preyed on women who he had power over because he was a very, very successful comedian and they were aspiring comedians. And so because of that power imbalance, it allowed him to do certain things like expose himself in front of them or masturbate in front of them. But he presented it as like it's just wild, it's funny and that. But then enough of them were like, no, that's sexual assault. And then he was cancelled. That's sort of what happened, wasn't it? As far as I remember. But I don't think he was like criminally charged or anything. I don't remember. Aye, Ribbon, he ended up doing a bit of the alt-right media circuit too. Aye, when he realised he was absolutely fucked. I think he then started like, I remember him doing types of jokes that he didn't previously do. So for all the jokes he did before he got cancelled, I don't remember there being any hate. I don't remember him punching down. But then in the stuff that he did after he got cancelled, I remember he was punching down. He was aiming definitely towards a certain type of audience. JB Script, how you doing? Welcome in. Thank you very much for subbing. How's it going? Thank you very, very much. It's yourself. Tell us about Bitcoin. You them to get any Bitcoin, man? this can't be healthy. Oh, it is what it is, carnivore. The thing is, though, as well, like, I'm not a big streamer. See, when it comes to reading shit like that, I'm not, it's not as if I'm, or even if I was a big streamer, even if I was sitting here with 10,000 people watching me, still no good to, like, it's just interesting. See, that whole Reddit setup is interesting. Who the fuck sold me these Houston coins then? Deary me. You made some coin once selling a thing. Aye, I did. That wasn't a crypto. Well, it technically was crypto. Aye. So when folk were talking about NFTs, I did make an NFT in order to on stream explore what the fuck is an NFT. But as I was doing that, I was doing the full thing publicly to show what it was. In the same way that I will use AI tools publicly to show what it is. I'm not going to use them on a real job or whatever, but on this stream, I'll fire one up and we can interrogate what is this? Is it good or is it bad, etc. So maybe it was that. Fair enough. I mean, what's the Scroobius Pip thing? We may not be for you, and that's fine. But it's something, isn't it? It's something. Tears started rolling down my cheeks. How much I laugh at watched him once shite comment. I wonder who that was. Do you think you're referring to when you were into NFTs? Well, I wasn't into NFTs. I was never into NFTs. But I did one. To like, Mike.Almond bought it, who's in chat. I was looking at that recently. That's valued at about $4,000. So I stand by it. That was after I lost my job in the pandemic, wasn't it? So I stick with that. Not get any regrets. I don't think I did anything there that I disagree with morally or anything. What happened to the shelves behind me? Got rid of them, mate. Got rid of them. But we do have alternative fake shelves that we can set up. Like this. So we've got some fake shelves. This happens sometimes, so I'm trying to get rid of that. But I moved the shelves behind me in order to just get a better setup. Hold on. Aye, there we go. So ignore how it looks just now. It will look better. There's better lighting and stuff, but I've just no set it up. Are NFTs still a thing, or did they disappear up their own anus? I've no idea. I think there are still probably people doing them. The problem with NFT is obviously the energy that it used and the grift that it was all wrapped up in. See the Bored Ape stuff? It was a lot of shite. Mitsu said those shelves were great, huge mistake. The problem was with the shelves, I couldn't properly extract myself from the background with this thing. See this setup? So right now it kind of works good because behind my screen there isn't much happening. But if the shelves are behind me, then it wouldn't. You would get like, see, we stuff like this. Like this sort of stuff. So that's why they were removed. But it's a work in progress, man. Just be thankful I'm back. Everything is slowly moving, but it's moving. We need to watch Tim once on shite on a t-shirt. It is very good, to be fair. 1030 has memory hold his time as an MTGOX. What's MTGOX? Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't know. Let me read things. I'll catch the VOD then. Oh no, we were just talking about how people are going after Bella Ramsey. We weren't actually talking about the game so much. It's no worth checking the VOD. Hello, Balfalesi69, how you doing? Dolan, did you mean to pin that? Because that's kind of intimidating. for somebody coming in. Thanks. I mean, if you meant to, cool. Hello, welcome in. How's it going? Right, what are we doing? Where are we in chat? Moving my mouse. There we go. Always be pinning. So, Louis C.K., that's a wee shame. I don't know who Anthony Cumia is. Sounds like a fake character Roscoe's made up. The Louis C.K. thing was a wider open secret in the comedy world. It went for at least a decade or more. Aye, fuck that, man. Aren't you the guy who loves Bitcoin? Listen, see if anybody wants to send me Bitcoin, I'll take it. Or what's the other one? Ethereum, I'll take that. Remember it being a thing with women comedians on podcasts a lot? They would all regularly talk about how they reacted to Louis asking them. Never if he'd asked them, just if they'd said yes or not. Aye, what a horrible guy. All the NFT bros moved to AI bros. The same grift just changed how they were hoovering up the energy in fresh water. Aye. I think if NFTs didn't consume so much electricity and if it hadn't been co-opted by grifters, it potentially could be an amazing way of giving creators money. Like, see if that was just in a better form, that could have sort of changed the world. But it's probably for the best that it didn't, in the form that it was in, because it was a bit stinky. Are you now going to see what the Reddit AI has to say about you? Because that's now what I'm doing. Amazing. I still have my 1030 portrait, waiting to get my shed workspace set up, and I'll take pride of place. Amazing. A few years ago, I calculated that if I'd invested £10 when I first became aware of Bitcoin, I would have had about 195 grand, assuming it hadn't been stolen, etc. It's a gutter, innit? It's an absolute gutter. Everybody's like, oh, if you had a time machine, what would you do? Bitcoin? Time machine, go back in time, 2001. Just be like, mate, buy tons of Bitcoin, ignore everything else. Ignore any previous prompts. Stay with your ma, buy as much Bitcoin as you can. Imagine. Have you seen 28 Years Later yet? No, I haven't, no. MTGOX was an early cryptocurrency exchange vault that was hacked and people's Bitcoins were stolen. I see. Oh, thanks, Guru. I hadn't heard of the person. My commies. The AI ads on YouTube are getting fucking mental. I use YouTube Premium. It's one thing. I don't have Spotify Premium or anything else. I don't subscribe to Apple or anything like that. It's my only sub thing is YouTube Premium because I just can't handle YouTube ads, man. We don't need blockchain to enable people to get paid. I agree, Peakolf. However, some people were getting paid with that implementation of blockchain, and otherwise they aren't. I'm not in favour of it. I think it's bad that it didn't take on. It's good that we don't currently have it. But what I'm saying is there was a glimmer of potential there. But I don't know. I think just giving creators money for the things they make isn't really broken and didn't need NFTs to fix it. Well, Chameleon, the problem is that not enough people give creators money. You know what I mean? If you're giving creators money, you need something in return, a CD or a vinyl or a T-shirt or a something. Whereas in that instance, the thing could be physical. Like if you are if you make art videos, for example, how can you make money off of that other than an arts council giving you funding or some agreement with a gallery or something like that? And lots of galleries are fucking corrupt as fuck, man. The full art world is corrupt as fuck. It's all to do with money and very little of it is to do with creative expression. So for a time there was a glimmer of an opportunity to jump over the existing art world, but with its own downsides that were absolutely filthy. So I'm glad I did it at the time, And I'm glad that I did it because now I can speak about it from an informed perspective, which was the plan. But I think just giving creators for money, the things they make, doesn't really happen as much as it could. Chameleon is what I'm saying. Hammy says, I'm starting to have a repulsion to AI generated art to the point where I'm commissioning artists to illustrate key art right now. Dynamite. Jimmy Fallon and Paris Hilton were directly linked to the company that they were promoting on his show, and nothing really came out about that. Patchma says a YouTuber called Captain Midnight. I don't know too much about that, but I know enough to realise there was some fucking shenanigans at play. Just grifters nonsense. Reddit doesn't know about me, clearly not relevant enough. Well, you got off lucky there, TD. Shall I continue reading what Reddit thinks about me? I don't know if it's healthy to do. Maybe I won't. I went to a restaurant the other day and 100% of the artwork in the menu design was AI art. I'm not convinced the recipes weren't either. There's a lot of AI tat appearing in Scotland just now, if you haven't seen it already. So Scottish, Highland cows or various other Scottish shite, and it's just AI pish, man. It's everywhere, and it's selling, and it's horrible, man. I would rather have the old sort of biscuit tin airbrush illustrations of fake Scotland than AI fake Scotland. I need YouTube Premium. I think I'm autistic and I've got a repulsion to adverts. And my life is considerably better. Upstairs Down, thanks very much for the bits. I didn't see that you gave me bits there. Upstairs Down, thank you very much for those bits. We went to MoCo Museum in Amsterdam at the beginning of the year, and they had a whole room dedicated to the future of art. Just tellies with NFTs on them. Honestly, surprised they still had that room open. I remember there's different galleries in Glasgow that I've been pitching to for over a decade. Well, I've stopped pitching to them. And early on, they were into it, and then I realised that they weren't really going to give me money at all. They were just going to keep all the money, so I stopped pitching to them. And it was only when NFTs became a thing that multiple galleries got back in touch. They were like, you're the technology guy, aren't you? We want to do NFTs as part of the gallery. I'm just like, go fuck yourself, man. Go fuck. I didn't say that, I just didn't reply. So I got a lot of attention for different galleries and gallery owners at the start of that. And I was like, right. But it's clearly just to grift. They didn't care what I was making. You know what I mean? What the actual work was going to be, which is a big sign that something's kind of iffy. John Atfield Art, who's in chat, and Hammy ADSR Thug, you should know each other. John Atfield Art is a very talented illustrator who has just storyboarded a film that Pip and I were working on, and does illustration streams. So ADSR Thug, Hammy, John Atfield Art, Hammy, there you go. I want 15% of any commission that happens between two of you because I've let a finder's fee. 20%. 20%. I should have started at 20%. Fuck. But there you go. Wider 1030 community. I've not heard the name Paris Hilton for years. I think that's the last time she was in the public, was when she was trying to promote NFTs. How are creatives going to make money going forward with the threat of AI? In fact, how is anyone going to make money? I don't think, I mean, last time I spoke about this, somebody picked me up wrong. And I ended up getting some amount of abuse on Twitter, man. If you follow 1030, unfollow me because it... Right. So, in my career, I've helped a lot of artists. I've been an assistant for different artists that have won the Turner Prize. I've not worked on the work that won the Turner Prize, but I've worked for 3 separate people who at different times have won the Turner Prize. I've worked for folk that have won the Margaret Tate Award, all of that. For past 20 years, occasionally I will help an artist with some technological thing. I was helping Duncan Campbell most recently, who had like a flip dot display. Helped him out with that. Charlotte Prodger, I made a video thing for her for a part of some of her work. So I was on stream talking about artists, and when I'm talking about artists, that's the sort of artists that I'm talking about. And speaking to people in that world, they don't feel threatened by AI at all because their work is about the work. Do you know what I mean? It's not, people don't go to the artists because they want something nice that's framed on the wall in their living room. You know what I mean? They go to the artists because they want to be challenged, or they want to have ideas, or they want to see somebody express themselves or explore a process or whatever it is in a gallery context. And none of those people are concerned about AI because AI can't do the idea bit. So I was on stream and I said this, I'm like, I've spoken to a lot of like actual artists and none of them seem to be too concerned. But that got misinterpreted to the point where I don't even know what happened. I think so where AI is taking over is people who will do illustrations of, and there's lots of people who, again, they would call themselves artists, that are drawing, like Llama mentioned, pregnant Sonic the Hedgehog, stuff like that. The Turtles, Rule 34 shit. Like all of that stuff's easily done with AI. And so if you're making a living doing Rule 34 content and having private commissions being sold to people, then I think your job might be in jeopardy. But so I get beef for a wee while about that, my use of the word artists. Folk thought I was being exclusive or snobby. But you can't say anything, man. Where are we? If it'll be cathartic for you, you can read what Reddit thinks about me and I will hate every goddamn second in your place. Well, let me just scan. Aye, if I start talking about that, then I'll just not answer. That'll be like a rant that I'm on for a wee bit. Tell me about Twitch streamer B Dolan. See if it knows that you're a streamer. Here we go. B Dolan is a Twitch streamer who has been active in the streaming community for several years. I thought it said he's scummy, but it doesn't. Here's a summary of what Redditors have shared about him. Do you know what we should maybe do? Here. Do you know what we should do? How's about I create a 1030 subreddit, right? And on stream, we agree on some lie. Some sort of historical lie. Don't know what it could be. Oh, hold on, there's somebody coming in. But then, if we seed Reddit with that, hold on, I think Rachel needs to come in. Hi everybody, how you doing? That's Rachel home. I had a brief idea about some coordinated, like we all agree on just some bogus thing to make up to see if that lie eventually gets into ChatGPT. So it would need to be a lie about something that everybody knows about, but not much is written about. What could that be? So like the moon is actually, there's Mercury. Mercury was found on the moon in 1973, something like that. But if enough of us say that, that's not a good lie, right? But what I want to do is try and seed the internet with a lie, harmless lie, and then months later see if ChatGPT starts to regurgitate that lie as truth. Somebody should be doing this, man. Somebody should be doing this. Fake AI Scotland got Freddie on TV though. It did, aye. Patrimus asks, is YouTube Premium good for listening to music as an alternative to Spotify? For you, the listener, yes it is. But for the musician, I've been told by resident hip-hop correspondent B. Dolan that YouTube Premium is the worst in terms of profits going to the actual musician. I think Tidal is the best. YouTube Premium's the worst. Dolan is in chat. He'll be able to correct me if I've got that wrong. It is what it is. Also, if you have got a tool that can download YouTube videos that a lot of people do, you can use that on YouTube Music as well. Just saying, if anybody's into the whole retro aspect of keeping music on a hard drive. Fucked it, never sign a contract unless Ono is in chat. I absolutely fucked it. Gonna try to see this in the next few weeks. It's like a mini sphere. Oh, hey, what's this? Oh, is that the Matrix thing? I was wondering where this was. So I saw this on, have you seen this on Twitch? On Twitter. So it's kind of like the sphere. So where is this? Is this in Los Angeles? So that's the size of a regular cinema screen, but the full interior is all... do you know what I mean? Like the full thing is a hemisphere screen. I've seen this with people watching sport events and stuff like that. I've seen video clips of that. What I don't like about it is that you can see the audience. Although, maybe just in bright bits. I don't know, it's interesting, isn't it? It's an interesting thing. I would like for one of these screens to be in Scotland, and I would like to design content for one of these 3D screens. I think that could be kind of cool. I would go to that. Oops. I'd go to that. I'd give that a wee shot and see if that's any good. Shared reality is a good name for it as well. And it's a good way of rewatching The Matrix. Interesting, they're showing the oldest Matrix film, not the newest Matrix film. Anyway. Doesn't help that so much of the AI art is so orange. Why is it so orange? Nervous here. I think it's just ChatGPT tends to be nearer the warmer colour temperature. And I'm kind of glad it is, because it makes it easier to identify if somebody's just used ChatGPT to generate an image. But I'd imagine in a few weeks or a few months it won't all be orange. Is 10:30 going to start flirting with being cancelled again? Right, who wants to know what I think about women? Did I get cancelled previously, Rhinoceros? I don't ever think I've been fully cancelled. I don't think so. In 1992, I was held in a federal prison for cybercrimes. I met a correctional officer there who would later go on to be Will.i.am of the Black Eyed Peas. Coordinated lie. Okay. That's good, man. Correctional facility, our correctional officer is good. And so was it Will.i.am who got you into hip hop? Tom Cruise is 4'9". I said a lie, Hammy. Bumblebees haven't got any knees. That's good. I know an artist who got it to accept a lie really easily. Yes, you can get ChatGPT to accept a lie, right? But my idea was to... That just turned on. My idea was to seed a lie within the training data of ChatGPT so that other people would receive that lie. Not just that you can get ChatGPT to accept a lie. Do you know what I mean? Luna, how you doing? Thank you very much. You didn't get a bubble blast there, and I wonder if it's still in the post. Yet another Luna, thank you very much for the sub. Welcome in, how you doing? Just jumping in for a quick TED talk and why these pregnant Sonic the Hedgehogs are actually incompatible with the physics-based platforming of the original Mega Drive games. People need to try harder. Yes, if you're a pregnant Sonic the Hedgehog, please do not spin dash or jump on any televisions. Thank you. Thanks, Luna, for that very valid warning as well. B. Dolan is a pseudonymous side project of Michael Rappaport. That's good. While I have a repulsion of AI-generated art, I've just got my second Mac Mini M4 to be a left and right hemisphere of my roll your own AI assistant ChatGPT thingy. It's interesting that programmers, right, if you speak to them about AI tools, they're like, aye man, Claude, ChatGPT, fucking let's get it on, man. Large language models, programmers are right into that. And I think that's because of the open source nature of software, where for decades people have been writing code, uploading it, giving it a very specific license that means that if you download that code, you can use it in your own projects. And I think that is a culture that has existed in programming for a long time, but not in other creative, because I think programming is a creative practice, right? But that culture doesn't exist in other creative areas. If I play somebody's song and release it without their permission, they'll get pissed off at me. If I, rip off somebody else's visual artwork, they will quite rightly get pissed off at me. But if I make a new video game and half the code is copy-pasted for this open source project that somebody made last year, as long as I'm upfront about that, nobody cares, So it's interesting to see different fields adopt to it without any criticism. Then another field will get heavily criticised for it because of the culture within that industry. And what's interesting is, like, music never used to be like that. Music, if you go back 100 years or so, maybe a wee bit longer than 100 years, before the necessity for like labels and stuff to get heavily involved. I'm talking about like folk music and stuff. You would be playing guitar in a village, and somebody would come in and play a song, and then because you've heard that song, that could then be in your repertoire. And then if you travel to the next village down, maybe the next week, you would play the song that you heard previously. And I suppose that's how a lot of folk music travelled, and lots of folk stories and myth and shared stories and shared culture for a long time. That aspect of sharing was useful. And then capitalism and all that sort of stuff come in, and then the identity of the artist of like, no, this is my intellectual property, you fuck off, man. And I relate to that quite a bit as well, because people are using this as a necessity to make a living, So it's just interesting how much it's changed and then changed back potentially in certain areas in a relatively short amount of time, in under like 100 years, man. It's interesting, man. Hammy, that looks cool, man. Let me know if it's any good. 1030 is Banksy. You can't say that. Don't let it be known. The artist Valdivia has been pushing art of weird medical conditions into ChatGPT, and it's been parroting the diseases are real. Interesting. That's interesting. Sports ones look crazy. They have a steep tiered seating, so it looks like the audience was less in the way. Aye, and every now and again you get some guy's giant head just coming into frame. Looks interesting. I'd rather just see The Matrix in IMAX or something. Aye, well, I mean, I'm up for trying new things. If it's shite, it's shite. The old Matrix film is so good, I think there are 3 sequels, but they are merely collective hallucinations. Yes. I didn't see the most recent thing. I'm guessing it's... How can you fuck up The Matrix, though? But anyway. Hello, Rolling Sausage. How you doing? Rolling Sausage, I get cancelled, then uncancelled, then heavy cancelled again. There's an anti-AI poisoner you can run things through called Nightshade. Aye, I spotted that. I've not used it myself. Maybe we could try that on stream. I think it could actually work if you do fake articles or reports like with the spaghetti tree. Well, it looks like somebody's already on it already with the fake medical stuff. I would say it's maybe a wee bit irresponsible to feed it fake medical information because a lot of people are relying on that because they can't afford conventional medical information. So I'd say that's maybe a wee bit irresponsible. But it'd be good to seed just a lie that's fairly innocent. Anyway. Oh, I very much believe that vibe coder and prompt artists will be real jobs, 100%. Hammy, there is a BBC job that I didn't go for. They didn't say it was a prompt artist job, but it was that. BBC Studios, not actual BBC. There are about 5 different things called the BBC. Didn't go for it, but I was considering it. It was good money. I don't like them as a programmer. The code they generate is just shit because most of the code online isn't good code. Good code is so rare that an LLM generating some is probably a single-digit percentage chance. I'd agree. I think for a lot of people who can't code, or for me, like, see, for me, using ChatGPT to code stuff has been really, really beneficial. All this bubble shit, all of that, it's ChatGPT. Bubble Robot over there's a lot of it's ChatGPT, various other things that I'm doing. See if I've got a thing and I just want it done. I don't need it to be clean code. It isn't working. Why is it not working? Copy paste into there. Why is this not working? And I'll be like, try this. No, still isn't working. Try this. Right. Let's reduce the problem to just that bit. Could you fix that bit for me, please? Try it out. Bang, it works. And if I was a proficient coder, if I'd have been doing that for a living, for the past 20 years rather than working in television, it would probably be easier and quicker for me to just fix it manually. But tools like this have made coding accessible to somebody like me who knows about the structure of code, who knows about the capabilities and, what libraries are available and what technologies are there to communicate between certain things. But I'm not going to sit down with a blank page and write a WebSocket application. I'm just not going to do that. But if I've got an idea for one, I can literally be on the bus and be like, yo, ChatGPT, make me a to-do app that then takes all the items on my to-do list and sticks them in a Pomodoro timer. And it'll fart out a Python script. And chances are that Python script will probably work first time for something as simple as that. Be aware as well that all the large language models aren't made equally. So if you've tried to get ChatGPT to code something 2 years ago, you'll be pretty disappointed with it. But if you're paying for the Pro tier now, if you're using, I forget the names, 4003 Mini, whatever the fuck it is, it's very, very good. I've been told as well that Claude is also really, really good. And then what's the other one that's kicking about as well? Like, they're getting to the level of being very, 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 very useful tools. But it is what it is. Big Scary Deer says, I think, though, the creative arts are innately human endeavours made by humans for humans, about human experience. Software development seems to be more suited to AI usage. The creative arts in general should be for what you're talking about, but right now, the money in creative arts isn't to do all of that stuff, it's to make money for the most part. And so if somebody thinks they could use AI to make creative art that'll make the money, it won't fulfill the human endeavour stuff, but it might make them money, then they will do that, and that's how the world will be. But I agree with how it should be. I agree with the sentiment of how it should be. But I also think that software can be very creative. It can be expressive. I think you need to be creative to be a good programmer, to get yourself out of problems and stuff like that. 1030 is Rob from Massive Attack, exactly. You sound like you've got a wee sore throat. I'm really not doing well, Rachel. I'll maybe end the stream and we can sit down and have a wee cup of tea. Did you tell him we have a dishwasher even though we were brought up working class? Don't you start your pish. We were briefly talking about previous antagonists who have tried to make my life bad on Twitch. Anyway, Rolling Sausage is just gently referencing some in the past. Aye, that whole pirate software stuff's weird. YouTube keeps promoting me stuff about this guy's evil. How pirate software is the most evil guy. Next video down, pirate software is the worst streamer ever. And it's like a picture of his face with red text. There's about 5 or 6 different people that are relentlessly going after this pirate software guy. And I was looking into like, why is that the case? And I can't find any instance of him actually doing anything. He's not said anything hateful about anybody. He's not expressed any hateful ideas about any groups of people or anything like that. I think he made a bad call on a World of Warcraft game. And then there was like drama, but it was just video game drama. He's not like a hateful guy as far as I'm aware. I don't know a lot about him, but there seems to be a coordinated campaign that like, fuck this guy, man. So a lot of people are then getting in. So he never worked as a programmer, he worked as QA, didn't he? That's what he's always said. And so they're like picking apart his code, saying, I see, that bit of code's shite. So fuck the guy, let's cancel him. And it's like, what is he being accused of? Because I don't think he's, do you know what I mean? But I don't know enough about it. And obviously there's drama there. So I'm not going to come out and like defend the guy in case there is actually something that's happened. But what is the actual, I just keep, would 1030 like to publicly disavow pirate software? Aye. I don't know what's happening, but there's a witch hunt and I don't want to be a victim. So even though he might be innocent, I'm going to throw him under the bus so that they don't come for me next. Fuck the guy, man. Hello. Oh, it's Big Freddy Dog. Hiya, Big Freddy Dog. How you doing, bro? You got a tea? Here, everybody, it's Rachel. Rachel. And I don't know if you can hear in the back, but Pippa is also here. Pippa, stop it. You coming? Stop your barking. Shall we? Pippa needs a haircut. Hiya, wee girly girl. How you doing? Yeah, she's there. And you're a wee girly girl as well. Watch your head. Hiya, you wee bit smelly. Look at this, everybody. People's Princess. Freddie, you're the People's Princess as well, mate. Freddie, you're going to hurt your head. See? You just hurt your head. Hiya, you doing a wee good girl. You're a wee good girly.
Do you want?
It's just like, I'm just having a look around.
I'll put you down and you can go get a wee licky mat.
Well, thank you very much for the tea.
You're very welcome.
I'm going to wrap up and we can hang out because I haven't seen you all day.
Cool.
Sam Rogers on YouTube says hello from Australia. Hello from Australia, Sam Rogers. Hello from Scotland. A lot of people on YouTube are confused because they don't know I'm also currently streaming on Twitch. So if you're on YouTube and you're like, why is this guy talking to himself? It's because I'm streaming on Twitch as well. So could anybody, in brief, because I don't care about the drama, right? See if all the stuff that I've just said about pirate software, see if any of that's not true. In brief, because I don't give a fuck. Could you let me know what it is? Like, is he a bad guy? Because it just seems like folk have saw that here's a successful guy. He's achieving what I want to achieve because I've got a tiny YouTube channel and it's not going very well. Here's somebody that is making it. I'm going to try and elevate my own status by going after him and soaking up all of this drama. And that's a story that we've seen multiple times before. But I don't know if there is actually something at the bottom of this because I kept like trying to look at, well, what is he being accused of? What exactly is it? And I was getting nothing. But because I'd looked into that, the algorithms then, oh, so you hate this guy? Well, here's somebody else saying that he's a dick. But I don't know if I don't know about it. I found that they are decent as tools to supplement the skills many designers should already have. I found it good for the rip the jQuery out of this bit because I'm too lazy to and have better things to be doing. Exactly, Chameleon. In terms of image processing and stuff, I used to, like months ago, cut around people in Photoshop in order to separate them from the background. And that was horrible when Donald Trump was president and when Boris Johnson was Prime Minister, because both of those haircuts are fucking difficult to cut round in Adobe Photoshop. I was working on live news, and so I had to do it really quickly, often, multiple times a day, often. Now, thanks to AI tools in Photoshop, that is now usually down to one click. I can extract somebody for the background. Maximum maybe 10, 15 clicks. Incredible. So I think that is useful. However, that sort of work would traditionally have been done by like a junior art worker, somebody who's maybe just left college, somebody who's trying to establish themselves in a studio. Right, hiya, you're just through the door. You're probably a bit rubbish. So what we'll do, here are 500 images. We need you to Photoshop them. You've got till Friday. Do you want to just get busy doing that now? Okay, good. That used to be a good entryway into working in a design studio, whereas now all that labour is, for the most part, been minimised, which is a good thing in a lot of respects. But then, like, is there value in hard work purely for the sake of the work being hard? You know what I mean? There's a lot in it. A lot of different sides to this. Anyway. Claude is the least worst tool as something that can spout a total end-to-end system from requirements, not so much. Requirements are never what they seem, and they hide so much complexity that users don't even consider to be problems. I found as well when I'm coding using an AI agent. However, I've just recently got into, have you seen this? The ChatGPT special thing. It's called, what's it called? Codex. ChatGPT Codex. So ChatGPT Codex, if you use ChatGPT to code, this is cool, man, because you just give it access to your GitHub account and you describe what you want it to do, and it can look at everything on your GitHub account. Previously, the problem with coding using ChatGPT in a long form chat is that it would, like, its memory would run out. And so you would be like quite deep into an involved problem and it would forget the bits at the start and shit like that, and it would end up just crashing into itself and being really confusing. Whereas now this Codex, chatgpt.com/codex, as long as your project is on GitHub, you can then ask it to make amends to your project. It'll file a pull request. And then as long as you can use Git and you know all of that sort of stuff, and I'm learning it, to be honest, because I've not worked in any group projects, you can get it all working. And it can reference your full project, which is exciting. It's interesting. So check out Codex from ChatGPT. I can recommend it. Anytime I'm going to be programming using ChatGPT from now on, I will be using Codex, as long as it's a project that it's okay to upload on GitHub. But I want to try out Claude. Dando was telling me that Claude is really good. It sounds like he's made one mistake and now people are just going after him for everything. Aye, it's weird. Everybody loves a pile-on. A lot of drama farmers pouncing on his poor take on Stop Killing Games. Aye. Like, it's okay to disagree with somebody. So the Stop Killing Games thing is a campaign against DRM or something like that. Again, I've not been following that. So somebody is trying to make people aware that there are shady practices going on with people you buy video games from, I think. And it's like he then wrongly, I believe, had a bad take on it, but because he didn't read what it was. And so now I think a lot of people or try to cancel him because they disagree with him or something like that. Seems strange. Pedropolis, how you doing? Thank you very much for subbing. Welcome in, Pedropolis. Brilliant to see you back on. I'm sure I've missed all the news by now, but I hope you're enjoying the stream. I really am, mate. Hopefully this should be me from now on. Had a bit of the whole men's mental health stuff, etc. for the past 4 months maybe, but I'm back and I think I'm doing all right. Pedropolis, thank you very much for subbing. It's good to see you in. It's very good to see you in. Chameleon says, Claude is the least worst. I like your phrasing of least worst. But it's interesting. They're definitely not in a position where they can completely replace humans. But as an assistive tool, see AI as well, like we've all been in a place where there's a semicolon missing and you can't fucking see where it's supposed to be. Something like that. You copy paste it, you're like, what's wrong? It's like, there it is. You're like, thank you. And you fix it and that's that. It's useful for stuff like that. I think it all started because he was a bit of a dick to one of his wall guild mates. It's weird, isn't it? It's some bad takes and seems to have oversold his coding skills. I've bounced off his content hard. He doesn't need to be inciting bigotry. All right, inciting bigotry. So like stuff like that. So did he incite bigotry? His arrogance is what turned me off. So I'm not in favour of the guy, but like, is there... I just see folk try to cancel him, and then I look into it and it's like, oh, well, he'd said a thing to somebody while playing a video game, and I'm like, right. But is there, if there's like bigotry or something, then I want to know what it is. I think the key thing was Stop Killing Game thing mixed with some hardcore WoW drama where he got his group killed. Aye. Yo, Don Coke says, whole squad here, everybody's in, man. His personal attack on Ross was the shittiest. I don't know Ross or anything like that. I'm like pure on the outskirts of this story. And I'm just like, what is going on? So I guess I just need to look into it rather than ask. Cherry Bun says that's a smashing jacket. I'm wearing a t-shirt, mate. What's happening? Cherry Buns, did you accidentally type into the wrong chat? Did you mean that message to actually go to another streamer and you've actually fucked it, Cherry Buns, by accidentally typing into my chat? Like the time where Scroobius Pip was typing replies to Cudder in my chat? No, you dafty rolling sausage. Oh, Ron, am I just really behind in chat? I see. Well, thank you. I think I'm just really behind in chat. Thor did say, if the ADL says, really? Is Thor excusing Musk's Nazi salute? I didn't know about that. I want to know about that. Thor, Pirate Software, Elon, Nazi. To claim that I'm a Nazi sympathiser is quite literally everyone I don't like is Hitler meme at this point. I like the Asmongold guy. He's a bad guy, man. He has said hateful stuff in the past. He's said transphobic stuff, all of that. You know, it's got to the point I'm like, right, what is it now? And it's just all just drama. I can't see. I'd like to see what is the actual thing? What is the actual thing? What is the C-suite, Chameleon? I don't know a lot about this at all. I was trying to say that putting out a Docker container for a game server would kill the live service in the game industry. Don't know. He's not bad, just sort of arrogant, right? Chat's full of a wee summary. Thank you for this, everybody, because I'm like, my experience with Thor Pirate Software is I've saw his YouTube shorts and he seems to be relatively positive. He's saying really vague stuff about, you can do it, man. See if you want to make something creative, just make it. You can do it. And like, that seems to be a positive message. But I don't know more about him other than these shorts. I've not really watched any stream or anything like that. I don't follow him on, I don't know about Ross. I don't know who the fuck that is. Do you know what I mean? Pirate Software, watched him once, shite. He allegedly fakes his own deep baritone voice too. Oh, nice one, TD, if you get your blog post coming out on Friday. Feel free to link to it, that would be cool. My pal sent me a video earlier. Didn't agree with the position of the trans congresswoman being interviewed. My YouTube algorithm straight away suggested a Scottish Family Party propaganda video. Jesus Christ. Scottish Family Party. So please don't cancel me because I'm siding with Pirate Software. Because I'm no siding with Pirate Software. I'm just like, what is happening? I'm like, right, but what's actually happening? And I still can't. And I'm like, okay. Right, what is this story? And I'm like, and it just gets to be like, just shite. Just like, with no actual information. Pedropoulos says no monitors for the subs, meaning your name usually comes up here. I know that this broke and I don't have enough money to get a new one. EU petition against games companies being able to just cut you off from games. It was failing as a petition, but since he came out against it, it snowballed and got 3 times the signatures it had before, so ironically he saved it. Interesting. Just feels like Gamergate BS who want something they're not entitled to. Aye. I mean, see if I created a game that required a server for you to be able to play the game, something like Dead by Daylight or something like that, PUBG, something. And then 10 years down the line, my company's bust and I need to shut the server down. Like, what happens then? Should it be illegal for me to close that server because you have bought that game? There's a lot in it. Please don't cancel me. I don't know. I'm still like trying to figure out what it all is. Hello guest on YouTube. I think one of the things with Pirate Software is run a Kickstarter for an indie game and appears to have abandoned development. So hasn't been honest about this with his audience. Really? Isn't that the... Wasn't he doing coding the game recently? He's playing a video game just now. But wasn't he coding? What's that game that he's making? I saw like 2 days ago.
I know that
he's
Northsport does everything for the United States. And
2 days ago he's working on it. I think that's the same game. Don't know. Sounds like I'm trying to defend the guy. I'm not. I'm just like very aware of pylons online and I want to know, is this a big nonsense pylon or is he actually, somebody was mentioning bigotry and stuff like that. I want to know if is he bad or is it just like people kind of don't like his vibe? Because there's 2 different things happening there. He went into a streamer collective and pissed all the streamers, and streamers know how to content farm that. Yes, streamers do. Streamers do. He made the SKG video, I don't know what SKG is, a year ago, and then bigger streamers covered a recent Ross video, and then everyone, I don't know about him. But it's interesting, isn't it? Something different. He doesn't need to be inciting bigotry to be an insufferable arse, meaning that he hasn't actually been bigoted. Do you know what I'm saying though, of just like, I'm like, what is it? Aye, but what is it? Do you understand how I'm like, there isn't any bigotry as far as I know. He just overplayed his hand in his experiences and expertise and his sweeping edicts about his software and game development just ring hollow. Right-wing grifting gonk. Is he right-wing? He had Asman on because he was shitting on a video game that had false claims brought against it. Thor tried to clarify. I really don't like that Asmongold guy. I don't think he's anybody that I could speak about favourably. I think he's a bad force for the world. So somebody like him, if he gets cancelled or whatever, I can see why that would happen. I've literally seen clips about him saying bad things about people. So, LK says the deep voice thing is reaching. Like, as soon as if people are attacking somebody, attack them for who they are and not what they are. Like, a lot of people were talking about the Limmy subreddit recently. If you go on that, a lot of people have been moaning about my voice, 1030's voice is monotone and shit like that. Aye, not really much I can do about that, mate. Not much I can do about that. But, like, so if somebody's going after a guy like this, like, what is it? He made a bad call in World of Warcraft? I don't know what it is. Because that's kind of lame. However, I don't think it's affecting him in any way, because he's nearly got 5,000 people watching him right now. Although, isn't he usually sitting at about 10,000 or 20,000? So I think he is maybe suffering. Again, I'm no coming out in favour of him. I'm just asking what is going on, because for all I know, he might actually be a baddie. But it seems like a lot of drama farming, you know, unless there is something that actually happened. He went to war with all the top content streamers, then picked the wrong side of the gamer petition, so he's a target now. He doesn't seem to care and is a solid base that will keep him solvent. Fair enough. I mean, this is me just have missed everything. Raid him and ask him directly. Shall I raid him? When I'll raid him, I'll just be like, what's the deal with people not liking you? Please sum it all up. I think I will, Rolling Sausage. Hello, Zabaldus. He brings up code on stream but never really does anything. Right. Most of the coding he does on stream is for Minecraft MMO and not for Heartbound. I see. Again, I've not really watched him a lot. But in terms of, like, earlier on, we're talking about Louis C.K. Do you know what I mean? To, like, mark some posts. So he's not done anything bigoted or anything, obviously, anything like that. But what he has done is express an unpopular opinion about something that was getting loads of attention. I'm going to have to look into this stop killing games thing. But it does seem like a weird pile-on, isn't it? Without knowing anything about it. You get banned in his chat for asking about Heartbound, but I don't know. If I had paid for the game and sent the dev spent 11 hours on stream every day playing Dune and Noti, I'd probably be annoyed as well. Aye, fair. If it helps, I can call Pirate Software a Tory. Aye, base and brace. Asmongold's are wrong, and I'd agree with that, Dwayne. I'd agree with that 100%. That's like night and day. Whereas with this, I'm like that. Like, make me dislike him. I think that's the point, right? That's the point I'm at just now. As it stands, I don't dislike that guy. As it currently stands right this second. But I think I should dislike him because the internet's telling me to dislike him. So I'm like, all right. But then I'm looking into it and I'm like, the internet's like, no, really, you should really dislike that guy. So I'm like, all right, what is it? People don't like his voice? All right. He was playing a game and he got somebody killed in a game. All right. But there's obviously more to it than that. You know what I mean? Asmongold's right wing, not Thor. Aye. Asmongold guy's not good. But anyway. I'm not going to raid him, Carivore. We were talking about Louis C.K. earlier. It's been quite an eventful thing. Also told the story when my mum nearly got decapitated. Told that story today for some reason. He does Heartbound off screen and it's already coded. He's finishing the writing. I see. Zababa says, I think Stop Killing Games is an admirable position, but also get why he's saying it's not totally realistic. I think he's just gone a bit hard against it and come over as arrogant. Aye. I mean, I think I can see both sides of it. If somebody wants to buy a game, they should have that game forever. But if your game is an MMO and you're a software company, what happens when that software company shuts down and you can no longer pay the server? There should be something there, shouldn't there? But I don't even know if that's the argument that he was talking about. I'm going to look into it. Aye, the Asmongold guy, do I talk about him? He's a bot that auto-deletes messages that are brigading from Reddit. It's probably a good idea, to be fair. It has been a wild ride, hasn't it, Spoggers? 1030 back to his brilliant best. I think Asmongold's got some things going on with his head, so I can't really... He has got quite an unhygienic lifestyle, but I'm not going to target him for that because they might be going through various things. But his bad ideas and his sort of hateful rhetoric that he's got against marginalised groups are the reason why I really don't like him. The hygiene thing and stuff, there could be multiple reasons for that, and I'm compassionate. Even if he is a bad guy, I'm compassionate about that because that could be mental health things, there could be other stuff going on there. But the hate within him, go fuck yourself. Generally, the argument is the company should provide the server software for download. Aye, I guess, so you could host your own server. Aye. If it is client-server architecture, yeah, how does that work? I think the idea is you open source the server side. Aye. But I mean, does that mean that everything you make has to be able to stand alone? You can't possibly be piggybacking off of some other service somewhere? Or what I'm saying is, like, this... There's different sides to it, isn't there? And maybe this is a result of the internet not being a good space for nuanced conversation where you either have to be on this side or you have to be on that side. And if you're in the wrong side, you'll get cancelled. You know what I mean? It's interesting. Asmongold is a grifter. He didn't used to be like the way he is now, but he saw it got him numbers and he's leaned into it. I see. I've no idea who the guy is, thankfully. Aye. One of them I don't want to talk about. The other guy, I don't know enough about the story, so I'm maybe not going to talk about that. SKG. Stop Killing Games is SKG. Right. That happened with City Heroes. The company shut it down. Fans made private servers for it. Then eventually the company said, sure, just do whatever you want. Aye, I mean, if you look back at like Doom and Quake and stuff, they just open sourced the full thing. Did they do it for both? Or was it just Doom? They're like, here you go, full source code if you want to use it to make your own game cool. John Carmack, wasn't it? Fought for that. I don't know. Anyway, I've got a sore throat. I've got a cup of tea here. And Rachel is just in. So I'm going to maybe wrap it up. Because I've got to the point in this particular topic where I'm like, I don't really know. Yoda and Coke, all the very best. Thanks for coming in. Chameleon says the actual solution is to put out a containerized version of your server as part of your sunsetting plan. Then users can run it themselves without needing the company to keep servers on. For someone who's 20-year vet of game development, to say that it's impossible is nonsense. He's seriously suggesting that WoW cannot be tested or run without all the real server infrastructure. That says more about Blizzard bad practice than how software development works. Aye. I mean, there's certain things that you think, surely you'd be able to do that. But then if you realise how stuff works technically, you can't. Maybe the server needs to be on a very specialised Linux bit of hardware. Maybe it references some other fucking external thing. I don't know. I mean, you know me. I'm a video game consumer. If I buy the game, I want to fucking own the game, and that's that. Anybody that tries to convince me that I've bought a license or anything, like, that's a lot of shite. So I'm on the side of, you know, the consumer, definitely. But I was just trying to figure out if I'd read the full story about this guy, and it sounds like I have. I think I have. But anyway, I used to try and defend him when he was just a loser, but he made a conscious decision to do the right-wing grift because his WoW career was come to an end. I don't even think he has any opinions. He just does them for money now. He's knowingly being a cunt. Dwayne, see that message there? Are you talking about Asmongold, or are you talking about Thor? Drafting my 1030 runs after being challenged for defence on Pirate Software. Post for the Limmy subreddit. Please don't. Thor did make a corporation so he could pay his mods and give them benefits, donates to charity. Aye, like I've seen a lot of things that makes me like him. Like, I think a lot of people at his level should be paying their mods. Like, 100%. He does like an animal rescue thing. It seems to be good-natured. Do you know what I mean? There's a distribution of pay that he does. He's quite open and transparent about how much the musicians get paid and all that. Like, it seems like he's doing the right thing. And then there's a pylon. So I'm like, right, what exactly is this? And I think it's just down to like folk disagree with him rather than he's actually done anything evil. Why don't we talk about what we were chatting about last night? War crimes and Jimmy Savile. Okay, now we're talking. Do you think Jimmy Savile was actually the UK Epstein? And by Epstein, I mean, I'm going to get banned off Twitch, an agent for fuck it. Jeffrey Epstein was an agent for Mossad, and his purpose was to blackmail people and